mission, on mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Trying to mission, I'm on a mission, on a mission. I'm trying to get it right, changing the way that I see life, transitioning my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission.
That was interesting. Now you know it's some hater when people will come on your channel and do that. You know, I think I made it. Did I make it? I made it. I've got the porn bombers coming to the channel and putting up nonsense. Right when we're like talking about some real stuff, right? We're talking about some real stuff. Here come the corn bombers. Y'all crazy with that. That is wild. Mm-mm-mm. That was something else. I mean, really, you're really gonna come here and do that? That is ridiculous. Um. Anyways, you know, now I'm gonna start it back over again because here's the thing. The point I was trying to make, right, is that you know I have been in the startup community for like, I mean, for years. All right, and I was actually showing, you know, one of my videos of me in the startup community with What's Cooking. I won the female startup like thing where I got like investment and this, that, the other. However, you know, the only sad part about it when you are in the startup community is that, you know, you'll as a woman startup person, you'll like have a great idea and then when you try to execute it, the people that you start with, if it ain't their idea, they're gonna eventually be like, you know what, it's all on you. You're gonna be the one at the end. So you could have me being a programmer, I was able to program the app, put it all together, but then there might be some missing parts when it comes to business, right? When it comes down to, you know, setting up the business. And so like, you know, it's not just about you know, when I talk about global business, the main thing I'm talking about is sometimes it's good to get like some investment outside the country. Because when we have to deal with and compete with people in our country, and we have to compete with the people from the Ivy League with their ideas, Y Combinator, etc., it's very difficult to get funding. So, me, I'm talking from a person that's a software engineer that has a great idea, that comes up with their idea, whatever. And when it really boils down to it, it's very difficult to get off the ground, you know? I don't know why that person put up that porn bomb. That was crazy. But it's okay because we're not fixing to stop. Okay, we're not. Listen, listen. I'm not fixing to let you try to ruin my channel with that. You know. So let me go back to when I was actually trying to do some things, like trying to start. When I was actually trying to start. I'm sorry. I have to like. People are crazy. I don't know. I don't understand what's wrong with y'all. Deport slave. That's crazy. Anyways, um, when I was actually trying to start a corporation. That was it was a part of. I was like really trying to find funding. Can I go get my phone? Mama, look at that. Look. What I see. Nice. I thought you were taking your hair down. Give me the phone. Take your hair. I'm just cutting the fake hair off. Okay, well, give me the phone so I can finish what I'm doing. Yeah, so let me play this video like I was doing before. It got rudely interrupted by nonsense. And I tried, I swear I tried to. I thought I was gonna. Lately, I have been. I don't know. I don't know if it's like I'm on. It's like I don't know if I'm in Mercury retrograde, but everything I'm doing, like I'm fumbling and mumbling, hitting the wrong button. I was doing a live earlier, hit the wrong button on that, hit the wrong button on this. So, but listen, I'm not gonna let that stop me. So let me go ahead and continue what I was doing. Let me start from the beginning because we're not fixing to allow someone to stop us from educating the people. All right, because that's crazy, you know. Anyways, let's go.
Monica Lockett with What's Cooking is up next.
Hello, my name is Monica Lockett, CEO of What's Cooking. And the first thing I wanted to address is this thing I'm sure everybody has experienced, and that's called pizza overload. How many people have went on google.com looking for a delivery driver, and the only thing that is offered for delivery in your area is pizza? I want you guys to repeat after me. Ain't nobody got time for that. So here's the problem. I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of eating pizza. Pizza and Chinese is the only thing that is available in wings. Wings. Now people say, well, why don't you use Grubhub? Well, okay, Grubhub is available in my area, but they only have Chinese pizza and wings. And on top of that, if I try to use Uber Eats, let's say Favor, not available in my area. I live in Garland. It's not there. So this became a problem, and not only that, but these people are not really focused on residential areas. I'm only focused on like downtown, kind of like really populated areas, New York, high city volume, like small places like me. So I said as I was driving home, what would it be like to be able to get my favorite dish, which is called elote? They got the best elote at Fuel City in over here. What if I could get that delivered? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we're trying to do. This is what we're trying to offer. Now, last year, Grubhub selling pizza in my area they made $1 billion in delivery. Yes, and that was okay. Now, the average individual spends over 900. I probably spend a little more than that a year. Yes, on pizza. That's why I look like that lady on the script. So what's cooking? We're trying to solve the problem of having more different variety. Okay, so we wanted to offer different ways to get delivery of food. What about food trucks? Imagine we're solving the problem by being able to offer food trucks. Okay, food trucks, personal chefs, being able to offer delivery from these people. Okay, what about churches? I mean, things like that. People are making food all over the place and have all types of food, but we have no access to them. Also, greasy spoons restaurants. Think about your favorite restaurant and being able to get that delivered to you. That is the problem that we're solving. Right now, we have a desktop app that we're in the process of developing. Um, what we're doing is the cook can add a dish to their profile, create a menu for people to like go and see. A user can search for what's cooking in their area. Then they could choose from a variety of options using the Cooking app. We have a mobile app that we're developing as well as a desktop app. Delivery is a hot commodity. Our target market is, I mean, who here does not get delivery? Does anybody not got anything delivered? Okay, well, you're the only one in the world. Our revenue and user growth, by the first month, we plan on starting off small, getting just a lot of food trucks and everything like that. By month 2, we want to like move to the chef arena, restaurants. And as the time goes on, we're starting in the DFW area, but we want to eventually by month 7 be able to go to different areas, move to Austin, Houston, and other areas, Detroit, the world, the Mars. Our business model is a subscription. We have a subscription-based model as well as a commission-based. So as the cooks make money, we make money. Advertisements, we might have partners like Whole Foods, Kroger, so that our cooks can get coupons from them. Subscription. If you want to eat some chicken from a certain personal chef, we want to have that available every Friday, that you can actually go to our app and you can order that chicken every Friday and have it delivered like clockwork. Our average revenue per transaction is $30.42. We plan on a 10% growth per week in the beginning. This is give or take. We have wiggle room in that. And our total addressable market value in web-based delivery is $9 billion with all the different web delivery companies out there. We're also proud to announce that we have partnerships with Postmates, who delivers food in select areas in the U.S., as well as Roadie, who can deliver any food to any location throughout the U.S. Now, I was afraid of the gong, but I was done. So thank you very much.
That was good.
Okay, great presentation. And I'm over here. So you mentioned that one of the pain points for you is that like Grubhub and Uber Eats and things don't deliver where you are. Well, I live downtown, so they do. But my pain point is I'm a single parent and I have a 2-year-old. So what are your delivery times? So let's say 10:30, I need Fruit Loops and a gallon of milk and some other various things. Can you do that for me?
Yes, we will be able to do that for you. Especially through our Roadie partner. They deliver anytime, anywhere throughout the U.S.
Amazon announced today a trial for Amazon food delivery in Atlanta for free to any Amazon Prime member.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to compete with that?
Probably. Well, our market will be different because we have a different group of we're not really only focused on delivery, but also the food that we have available and the things that we have available. So it's not only just delivery, but when you go on our app, you're going to see variety and not just, a lot of these apps will offer free, but then they offer, a list of specific things that you can order from as well.
So that actually kind of goes in line with my problem. It's Amazon Prime. I am an Amazon Prime member, but I didn't get my order in quick enough for that 8 to 10 or something. So, you could deliver after 10.
Yes, we will.
Hi, neat idea. I was just thinking when he mentioned Amazon, I saw an email. Google is starting something like Google Express, I think they called it.
Yes.
And they're doing a 6-month free trial.
Yeah.
And they're doing it in our area. They're partnering with Whole Foods, not a lot of restaurants, so only part of your business, but they're competition for you.
Yes, we have a lot of competition as far as like Uber Eats, things like that. But the thing that we plan on doing is offering things like food trucks, personal chefs, subscription based, or you can actually order. So we're not just only focusing on just restaurants or delivering food. We're about the small business. We're about building business in a certain area. So if you have a restaurant, Slabs might not be able to be on the Google app because Google's too big to know what's the best small restaurant in your area. We want to find out who is that greasy spoon in your area that you eat from all the time. And tell us about that. We're going to get them on our app and you can deliver from us. That's going to be the difference between the big dogs in this app, because we're focused on the small guys.
Yeah, so you kind of answered a little bit of my question over here.
Okay.
But I think, you're talking about grocery delivery, but I think what's more interesting about what you discussed is things like church cookouts or small restaurants, things that are more available in suburban areas. Things like Grubhub, Uber Eats, they're pretty expensive. And I think, can you talk more about the price point that you would be offering that could be potentially different from
Well,
what
we don't
Grubhub-
charge our people to use our app. That's number one. The reason why Grubhub has a premium is because they charge the restaurants on top of it. So it makes the delivery higher. We don't charge that. So therefore it makes everything a lot cheaper in the long run. And we're really focused on building small businesses in the area. We're not trying to cut them out. A lot of the businesses that we're going to be targeting cannot be on Grubhub because Grubhub costs too much to them.
I think you have a really great idea. And of course, there's legal aspects in almost every great idea. Unfortunately, we live in USA. And I know and I think the wonderful thing is about the specialty cooks, because I've always lived around people that love to cook. So it's a good match because I love to eat. And I also know I have friends that are like gluten, have to have
Free,
gluten,
exactly.
yeah, or, low fat or vegan or whatever. So there's all kinds of these people that can cook these specialty foods, and they don't necessarily want to be a restaurant because there's a lot of overhead in creating a restaurant. I mean,
And
my
they could use
husband
the
wanted to
fat.
have a restaurant, and I just said no,
Initially, that was what this app was. It was for specifically cooks, but we realized the legal aspects of it.
Right. So on your cooks, are you going to vet them to make sure that their kitchens are whatever certification it is?
Yes, we are. We
Okay, so
actually-
you will vet them.
Yes. we
Okay,
do.
that's awesome. That's all I need to know.
2 questions. Are you currently operational?
We are actually we're in our last stages of development. We are trying to launch in July. We are looking for partners. We're looking for strategic partners. We're looking for developers. We're looking for people that will help us. Right now, we have a team in India that's helping us develop our app. We need some people in Dallas. We need people that will help us to make this the development happen faster, because a lot of the times things are being held up because of that development aspect. So
And then-
anybody that has any help with that, we would
The-
definitely.
The second question is, you talk a lot about the greasy spoons, the best thing in your local area. How do you scale that to 9 billion?
Right. So I wanted to show that because I'm trying to give you guys a idea of who I am and where the level where I come from. I'm not just a person that just is just an idea person. I try to put my ideas into action. I know how to go and present my ideas to investors, this, that, the other. This actual video was shot. When was it? In 2000 and what year was that? When did I have this idea? I think it was in 2000. It was 9 years ago. I want to see. 9 years ago. June 2016. Okay? June 2016 was when I came up with that idea and when I developed it and did this, right? So people say it sounds very lazy to me. Honey, trust me, since this time, people have been buying stuff on DoorDash, Amazon, Instacart. After that happened, it blew up. But I was ahead of the curve. And I was thinking about hey, what about regular people that are chefs and everything like this? Well, now on DoorDash, you could set up a DoorDash shop and you can actually do what I'm saying to do. But what? 2016. This is the how my mind was working.
I just want to say, the one who says sounds lazy to me. No, you got to remember, it's different customers. That doesn't mean one customer is buying something every single day. Some customers may buy something once a month. Some may buy something every other month, right? So it's not really lazy because you're thinking of one person or a couple of people. But if it's a bunch of people, now if they ordering this every day, that might be lazy, but that's still their business. It's still their business. They can do what they want to do with their money. But it's not lazy because you're not thinking about it as it being your app, right? You dealing with different people, so it's not lazy for anybody to order food. Sometimes we've been doing that forever. Like she said in the beginning of the video, I don't know if she showed it, but it showed we have always ordered pizza since forever. people have ordered pizza since you was able to order pizza, since they was able to deliver. All right. So just like Domino's, people order Domino's when they want to. People don't order Domino's every single day. But that's it.
Now I was trying to like look on DoorDash and show that now DoorDash is doing the very thing I was saying to do.
Mhm.
Because some of the you would never, you would be surprised when you're on DoorDash where that food is coming from. And I would say we need to like to get the churches, this and that. We need all these people that cook food and everything. Okay, well when you rev up, okay, you should be able to get on the app and you know what I'm saying, and be able to sell your food. You know, back then it was like, oh, livery license and all this other stuff. But this is where I was thinking. What in 2016 I was thinking like this. So I want you guys to put in context. It's 2025. I was thinking like this in 2016. Before all this delivery existed, I was thinking on this level. So I just want you guys to know that when I'm talking about stuff, I'm not thinking right now. I'm thinking years ahead. My mindset is not on right at this moment. My mind is on like, hey, because I can see things down the line like, okay. And let me tell you something. I swear to goodness, you guys are going to, everybody that's against me, oh, we don't need to be doing nothing. We need to stay in America and do it here. I swear to goodness, I would bet money. In 5 years from now, you're going to wish that you took my advice and started to invest in doing business in other countries, in Africa, all these other like little small companies. I will bet. I wish there was a betting thing that I would put like $100 on that. Should we do only business in America or should we invest over in Africa?
Yeah, that's it. We got another troll in the room named Frank. The troll, right? She ain't, and nobody said that we buy the food. This is her idea. This is her app, right? We're not talking about ourselves. You don't know what's going on in people's lives, right? But you control. It's all right. It's all right because there's nothing wrong with being childish. It's just when you it's a problem.
Okay, maybe if that chick grew her own food, she wouldn't be morbidly obese. Maybe if
That's why I said something. She's a troll. Thank you.
Get him out of here. You're
Yeah,
stupid.
he got him. Thank you, Sally. Salaya.
Celine, can you come here and explain?
Help me out with the name now. When they come, she come get me. Thank you. These trolls.
Okay, Celine, can you come up here real quick and talk about, because you said you have your own farm. Can you talk about what I'm talking about? Because I'm like, bro, I was thinking this way in 2016.
I think that's
this way now. The things I'm saying right now, I'm thinking this way now, and I swear to God, I swear, give it 10 years, right? Sometimes I'm ahead of my time a lot.
Yeah, and that idea, even it's in technically that idea, you could still relive that idea because what you're saying still is true today. Like a lot of home places, like a lot of these stores, people don't know about a lot of stores in their community. A lot of them are closing because they don't have business.
Listen, DoorDash, let me tell you how crazy this whole thing is. Well, even Instacart. If you go and buy food off Instacart, you can't tell the shopping cart from Kroger to Whole Foods to whatever. It's the same cart because they're all getting their food from one warehouse and putting Kroger on it, Whole Foods, whatever. You're getting they're all they did was figure out, oh, okay, I'm gonna just say this and just say it's from Kroger. I'm gonna put Kroger on it, but I'm gonna go from the same warehouse and then deliver the same stuff. I could show you a cart from Kroger. It's gonna look the same as Whole Foods. It's gonna look the same as CVS. It's gonna look the same for Five Below. They all because it's a one warehouse that's just putting their name on it. And because we're stupid, we're like, oh well, I like Kroger more. So I'm gonna shop from Kroger. Well, Kroger price might be lower than Whole Food price, but they're all getting it from the same warehouse. And then when you go on this app, what's happening is that you're going to see the same food every time you look on it. And all I was saying is that why don't we let people that's like home cooks that's really good at cooking be able to put their food on here too? Now DoorDash, people are able to you can actually do that. To be quite honest, I mean on the cool, you can get on DoorDash and put your food on here if you really go through the process, just like Uber Eats and anything just like Uber. You could if you wanted to be a driver, you could be a driver for Uber. You know. Hold on one second. Hold on. Sugarloaf, this Aura. Let me.
Yeah, but I truly believe, besides that, they do have a lot of places, but there are also a lot of places that are not connected with apps and stuff. A lot of places are closing right now because they're not getting the support, they're not getting the customers, right? So it's about having the people know, hey, your food is here too. Like you don't have to do McDonald's and Wendy's and no, get some real food. And a lot of them places don't have it. Usually, if it is a little place, they got business that's always going, right? So a lot of these new businesses, they need an app. Sometimes it should be an app just for new businesses or small businesses or area businesses, so people could actually put money into their community.
So you don't actually think that all these things are lazy, designed to make you lazy?
All
right.
That troll no more. We gave him enough attention.
Oh, okay. He says he's still here. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna address this real quick though. All right. So I'm a single mother. Say I go to work, okay, work all day long until 6 o'clock. Okay, I come home and now I gotta cook. I gotta take the chicken out, wait for it to thaw. Now I might get off at 6, 7, who knows. Bottom line is that you don't know what the person might be dealing with. To call a person lazy if they're working all day long, and if they come home and they have to still cook for their kids, the whole delivery aspect is actually a service to them because that'll give them certain days where they can just go ahead. Everybody don't have the money to order delivery, but let me tell you something. I prefer them to be able to order something healthy than just pizza. You know what most people do, mothers do when they might have worked a long shift and come home, they get a fucking a hot and ready. Hot and ready pizza on the way home, $9, whatever, pepperoni pizza. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been working, I don't have time to cook. Maybe I'm in traffic all night, whatever. I know I'm not going to get home until 7, 8. My kids are hungry, whatever. So hot and ready it is. And that's what I talk about, pizza. You get tired of eating pizza. You know what I'm saying? When you're in a situation where you want to feed your kids, okay, what if you have a person that actually offers healthy alternatives? You have chefs out here that just graduated or whatever, and they like to cook. Mm-hmm. Okay, allow them the opportunity to be able to make plates and stuff like that. There's people in the hood. I don't know where Frank Broman is from, but I know there's people in the hood that make plates.
Hey, fool! What's up, sis?
Hey, Foodie.
I think that
nobody else come up but Foodie. I'm not letting you up if you come up because people that porn bomb me and everything.
Don't even mention it. Don't give nobody no ideas. Don't even mention it.
Here's the thing. This is the thing I want to say. People want to make it okay, a woman is lazy because she's not. Listen, when you're working, you have kids. Sometimes you can't be a mom working at home, cook this, that, clean the house, da da da. That's not being lazy. You worked all day long. That you're not lazy because when you get home you don't feel like cooking.
People do what they want to do, and people don't have to answer to people for what they do. Doesn't matter what the reason is.
So that idea was really because me at the time I was a working woman. You know what I'm saying? I was working. I was very active, working. And when I got home, I did not feel like
your job as the person who's creating it, right, out there. That's your job. See, and then the same way when they put it out there for the Grubhub and all these other things, they just put it out there. That's your job to think of, find a need. The need is, hey, people are buying food for whatever reason that they choose to. They are buying food. They're buying meals, right? So for whatever reason they would like to use your app, they can use your app. It doesn't. So we're not gonna, cause see, even if you working, but women was always working and they didn't have this out then. So what? No, we ain't got no time for none of that. We don't have time. You put out your business. You put out your business, and for whatever reason that you want to grab some food, you grab some food. What's cooking, right? What's cooking? My mom had up to 3 jobs.
Yeah, right. Because imagine how convenient it would have been to have like the sister down the street that had her food on the app and say, hey, you know what? I just cooked the whole meal or whatever. You get on my app and say, oh, okay, she got like about 3 plates left out of her meal. Oh, okay. And you know that she can cook whatever. All right, I can like buy her plate. That was the idea. The idea was really a community base. It was actually done right before COVID.
But why we gotta see, first of all, she never said man or woman, right? A lot of men go to college, right? A lot of men are bachelors. Are they lazy because they don't want to cook? Like, that's why I said we don't have to answer stupid people.
Right, but
he may say only women is calling. No, whomever wants to call. You got a lot of kids in college. You know, that'd be the perfect thing for them, right? And people, you got bachelors that's out there. You got men that's out there. Women what makes them think majority of women is calling? When you got the phone, you come grow the food on your phone.
Honey, I have a bunch of persimmons in my backyard. You know what? Listen, my kids ain't fixing to eat persimmons all day and figs. And then you like know when to farm it, when to do this and when to do that. That takes time. But if your kids are hungry right now, they're not gonna wait for your farm to start producing produce. So in the meantime, I'm saying that at the end of the day, you have mothers that are cooking. And that's what the whole What's Cooking idea was. The whole idea is that the whole plates idea. Remember, like back in the day, people would be cooking plates. Mm-hmm. I was saying, hey, for the ones that cook plates and do plates and stuff like this, they can be able to put their plates and whatever and serve their community. Like churches that like cook like on Sundays, you'll have a whole church that cooks like plates on Sundays, right? They got leftover food. Okay. Rather than going in the trash, okay, put it on the thing, boom, get a plate from the church. That was really the whole function of like the What's Cooking idea. Not just about like fast food from DoorDash and this, that, the other, but hell, imagine on Sundays when they are having plates at the church and you right down the street from the church, you pay a certain amount, boom, the delivery driver goes to that church, delivers the food to your house. And then that's what that church, community,
take that,
all this stuff. You know, that's what I would.
Sally, take his thing off, please. You can't have curse words in the chat. You gotta learn how to watch the chat too, DJ. That curse where Israel says, "So you more efforts." Please remove that out the chat. That's spam in the chat.
Slee, do you? Yeah. If anybody's cursing and all that stuff in the chat, stop it, because this is really not a negative thing. I don't understand why people were negative about it.
It's not about a business thing, and that's why if people making it more, you can't. That's taking up too much time answering. We already addressed it. You're the one coming up with a business thing, so they don't understand it, right? There's like a lot of things you said before. You say you think futuristic. You don't think in the now.
Like I said, this idea that I had was
that's the point that you're trying to make. Let's not turn it into food and don't. We're not gonna do that.
Mm-hmm. That idea was in 2016. It's 2025, and guess what? Everything I said, it's almost like I was predicting the future. What delivery is going to be? Because right now you can order a home cooked meal on DoorDash as we speak right now. But at the time, I was trying to create it. And they ended up buying me out of the idea. That's what happened. I ended up getting bought out. That's why I don't have it right now. Someone bought the idea, bought the program, bought the development, and because what happened is that, and let me warn you guys. Okay, so you can have a great idea, but with business, right? So you could like have you could like say, okay, like me, I was a programmer, so I built the structure of it. But there's a business like the majority of delivery is based on logistics, and you have to have a dispatching system. So I built the delivery system, and I didn't know about dispatching cars, this, that, the other. So what happened is that I ran into a company that had a dispatching, and they just needed the delivery. So they bought me out of the idea for the delivery and took the programming for the delivery because they had the dispatching. And so the idea, so that's the reason why What's Cooking doesn't exist anymore, is because they said, oh, okay, well, we just want the development, what you've done development wise. And that's what happened. So that's why What's Cooking doesn't exist anymore.
So who's this guest that you have on right here?
Who? Sugar Love?
The same one who
Oh,
was
okay.
here
Her
before.
name's Sugar Love. Huh?
The same one who was here before.
She was here before they cornered.
No, I see that StreamYard, it no longer really shows the names of in the format.
That might be some setting I don't even have set up or something like that. Show this.
It's investing in the Black community. Why is it so difficult? Right? That is the theme for tonight. Right? So you can go ahead and give us your idea, sir.
That's a great question, Sugar Love. I say, for instance, 'cause I want to be careful. It's just like offline, right? If you have a business mindset to be a good earner, whether if you clock in the job or you clock out of the job, when you get to clock out, are you able to still earn? Do you have that ability? Many of us don't apply it. They just love clocking in and clocking out. However, there are brothers and sisters who know how to earn when they clock out, and they know how to earn from home. And the one thing I have always come across is that when you have a way of being an entrepreneur and being consistent with it, you come into other brothers or sisters that you have a price set. They always want to say, hey, they always want to try to get it cheaper. I guess that's part of the business, but they really be trying to get it cheaper. Like, I told you, we got to go through this again and again. And it's like you want to kick them in the ass and send them on their way back until they get the paper right or the coins right, because they playing these games. And that they play these games. So as an entrepreneur or a good earner, you come across these customers who are Black, and they do try to underbid. But they'll run right back up to the Sandcracker, have no problem hollering at Mr. Charlie and paying triple for what the product is. I provide a service, a quality service. I want to be paid just like Mr. Charlie, straight up. But I've come across the annoyance of times where my brothers and sisters do be playing these N-word games with me. Ain't spilled no blood over it, nothing like that. It's just they be trying to cause migraines every now and then. Sometimes I look at it as like, they be testing your cognitive flex, see how quick you are, But that's all it is. It sharpens you up over the years. I dropped my mic.
I think that in a sense, we are not used to it anymore. Like when we had to do it, and it was not, when it was we only could go into each other's stores. That was so far ago that we're not used to even walking into to the black owned stores. It's been destroyed so much, one, and then number two, we let me tell you something. I never forget when Woolworth, they went to protest at Woolworth. I was a
Oh, love
right?
that store.
And
Yes.
if you look at the video, they fought to get in Woolworth, but it was black stores across the street. It was black mom and pops directly across the street. So we always wanted to be included, so that we forgot about servicing us. We wanted to be included so bad at AT. We wanted to be included so bad that we forgot how it is to patronize our own people. And then being that we don't have ownership like we used to, we just got adapted to feeding money to them. That we forgot to say, hey, we need to go to this all the hardware store. I think the last thing they took from us was like hardware stores, right? We don't have hardware stores no more. But I think
Walmart did that. See, Walmart did that.
Mhm.
Welcome to the chat, Fundi.
Hey, my sis. Good to see you.
Are you there?
I'm here. I'm trying to adjust my volume. It's a pleasure, ladies. Always a pleasure.
Hey, it's a pleasure to have you. So what are your thoughts on the matter? Because I mean, you got people saying that we're lazy because we want to eat delivery, and I'm like, well, the ideal of this was not necessarily to be about laziness, but like me, as you want to say, people want to say, oh, that you're fat and obese, and that's the reason why you created this. It's like, well, no, I created it because I was a working woman. I was a person that was like, listen, at the time that I made that app, I was working. Like, I mean, sometimes I had to drive 3 hours to go to work and drive 3 hours back. And I had someone else watching my kids. How can I like do all that and then still feed my kids? So I like had to come up with something. But I didn't want to feed my kids McDonald's. So I said, you know what? I know plenty of people that's probably in the neighborhood, whatever, that, cook and they cook good, And they used to like deliver plates back in the day. So what about like people that deliver? So it would like start like try to jug the economy up to say, okay, you know what? If you sell plates, whatever, you get on this app, sell your plates. If you're a chef, you can like set your chef situation up. You have a food truck, you can set your food truck up, and even when you're not even like located in the area, just rev that bitch up. We'll come to you and deliver food in your neighborhood. So I was really trying to create like a neighborhood type of thing where, when mothers or people or workers that are having children or whatever, we don't have to go to McDonald's. But right now, what's happening is what Frank is saying. Yes, when you go on these apps, it's mostly fast food, right? I was trying to avoid that. I was trying to say, hey, we should like be able to like go to people in the neighborhood that are in our direct neighborhood and like get plates and get food. But livery license and all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. But like I said, what happened is that they bought the code from me, and now I'm no longer able to do it. So I can't even try to do it anymore. So sometimes you get bought out, and that's the thing about sometimes about business. You get bought out, and you have no. I can't do anything close to what the idea was now. So that's another thing that happens is when you get bought out, that's it. But it was a great idea. I wish I would have held on to it a lot smarter than I did it back then. So let's go.
Did you get a percentage of it?
No, I just got like a payout. Yeah,
That's
I didn't
fine.
know any better. I didn't know any better.
That's another thing I believe, like almost like Janet Jackson said in her song Discipline. When it comes down to just business, though, we just need to have discipline, not even selling sometimes. No sellout.
So what happened is that with the idea of what's cooking, once I figured out how much of like I was behind on the business aspect of it all. Imagine you develop an app that you think, okay, the app is done, right? What happens is that there's a whole business side of it that you are completely unaware of, right? And so for me to wrap my head around dispatching, because once you have a delivery app, the real thing is dispatching deliverers. And it was way above my head. And so I created something and didn't really understand what it would really take to make it happen. So yeah. Go ahead, Fondy.
Nobody is going to be good at everything. Nobody. Which is why we need a team. But because we have been so successfully socialized to underestimate and or overestimate one another, we don't build the proper team we need. I'm an artist. I can make it. I can grow the plants. I can manufacture the plant. I can produce those plants. I can turn it into a viable packaging product that can be used. I can price point it. I can do all of that. What I'm not good at is record keeping. It is not my forte. It is not what I want to do. I don't want to pay the freaking bills. I don't want to know that part of my business. I'm horrible at that part of my business. But I have somebody who is aces at that part of my business. 33 years working together in a business that has thrived 33 years. Has it changed products? Yes. Have we changed services? Sure have, according to time and circumstance. Definitely. But the reason that we as a whole don't get together is that psychologically, the Black business is held to a standard that sooner or later it will never be able to keep up with. The Black business is not allowed to make a mistake. We are not allowed in any way, shape, and or form to make a mistake. Because as soon as we make a mistake, and it goes not just it's that business, it's all Black businesses. All Black businesses are like this. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then comes the absolute unmitigated gall for outside people to also tell us that your product costs too much. The Black business is not allowed to get in on the bulk savings that your big box industries are able to get in on. So yeah, our product is gonna cost a little more, but usually the product is also a little better. But if I'm wrong, that's just my perception on so-called Black business. But I'll also tell y'all this. I went to a Jewish business analyst, and he told me specifically the one reason that Black businesses do not get the business that they're supposed to get is that we label ourselves Black businesses. And the people who would buy from you if you did not label yourself a Black business is a lot more than the people who would because you are. So if you want to be smart about your business, Use Black only in certain circumstances, but do not let Black be your forefront of the picture, if that makes physical sense. I land my
Yeah.
plane.
Let me
Yeah,
say something because they're asking me
wasn't
questions in the
lying.
chat real quick, and I'm gonna let you say something. But I'm gonna say this. They're asking me why can I rev the business up for a different name? Sorry, I had to like just mute because there was like echo. But the reason why I can't rev it up by a different name is because I signed a non-compete, what you call, I'm not allowed to do anything in the space anymore. Period. That's what happens, unfortunately. Like, I sold my idea early for not even as much as I probably should have, but I was more like, you know what? Once I saw what it would take, that okay, dang, I have one part of the bargain, but I don't have this other part. I was like overwhelmed with like, dang, I built this thing without this in mind, but they built their thing with it in mind, but they just needed the code. So I at the time had spent so much money trying to create it and was like underwater in the whole situation. I spent all my money, and I really was, I just, you know, I was struggling, and so, they was able to kind of get me at a low cost and pay me that, and that's all I needed and then that helped me to like even just get through life. Um, so I kind of like missed out on the opportunity and I can show you the email where like I had emailed Uber and different places, trying to like latch on to their system to back me up on the logistics side. But the one company that did, they didn't, they weren't as big as Uber. They were more local. And yeah, so that's pretty much what happened. Sometimes, when you have a good idea, some people will start knocking at your door, especially if you have the code and everything ready. And if you are in a hard space, you will end up selling out for less than what you're worth. And, that's a lesson I had to learn. So that's what happened with that.
The NCA, non-compete agreement.
Yeah, that's non-compete, non-disclosure.
Something of that nature. Something
I can't go nowhere. I can't make
I know they exist though.
I can't do nothing in the space. Period. The way that contract is, if I like, they can like come after me. If I like, say, if I like build an app up and that has something, even if it's like slightly close to what I was doing, no, they can come in and say no, you're whoop, and then now they can like either take over or whatever. I still gotta get the like contract, but yeah. And I was told not to do it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't listen. That's my problem too. I don't be listening. So
happens.
So yeah. So that's what happened. So there was me up there with the idea, everything ahead of time in 2016, that I probably would have been a multi-millionaire. But this is a lesson learned. This is actually, you should like listen, look at this and learn from me. Don't do it. You could have listen. If you don't have that part, just wait. Just chill and just build that part up. Don't just.
I want to throw out an idea for anyone who is in the frequency of hearing this. It's a way someone can earn money, especially people who are in the Pennsylvania area. I'm not going to do it myself, but I've shared this idea every now and then with people who I do know offline and who are close to me. And if I ever came into some FU money where it's like, you know what, it's not hurting any of my spending power or my anything that's in my reserve, anything that's in a rainy day situation. I just came into a situation where I had extra money to play with. In 2 months is February, I believe. And around February in Pennsylvania, these people line up like 20,000, 30,000 deep in Pennsylvania on Groundhog's Day. And I was always saying to myself, when I would get up in the morning and I would click on the television, I'd see like these people just line up. It's like they need some coffee out there. You know, they need a food truck just with coffee. If you could just have a food truck with coffee in advance, just pull up, you would make a killing. I never realized, like, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone out there with cups of coffee. But I have always observed that. And like I said, if I ever had any FU money, I might take that situation. You know what? Let's go down there, in and out.
I'm gonna say this. Let me just put this out there. As a person that has failed, well, I can't say I failed because was able to sell what I did. So that's not a failure. That's just a sale. And now I probably could have been a multi-millionaire by now. So I don't even know what to think of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine, like, I'm looking at they're doing great. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, struggling. But as a person that has like kind of like made kind of like iffy decision on stuff, I would say this. Like, okay, you have an idea. The main thing is that, okay, if you say I wanted to like sell coffee to big people like in line or whatever, you know what I saw? Like, okay, think of like Umar Johnson, right? He had these lofty goals of creating a school, right? But I know people that just started in their house. Sometimes the ideal is just a car driving up with coffee. Sometimes the real idea is just a house that has desks in it and you start a school. But sometimes we have these big ideas and then we're like, oh, well, until I have this, until I have that, until I have this. And so then someone comes along and then they will come and just either take over and match your idea with the right thing. And you end up selling it off or like just selling out for like a small amount just to like, because you end up being underwater, just like with Umar. But well, I would say he ended up having to sell out and get nothing because he was underwater. He was too big for his britches. You bought a piece of land that you can't even like develop it on to make anything. But if you would have started small and just built yourself up to the point where you can like own a building, that's another thing. Sometimes people they're like, oh well, wait until I want this building, I want this huge idea. Sometimes it's just like just start from small, then get a bigger, then grow. And those are the things that last the longest when you start the smallest. Versus, well, no, I'm going to wait till I have this big, huge thing. Like me, had the app, had the whole thing, but guess what? Missing pieces of it, right? And so guess what? Someone was able to swoop in and say, here's a few dollars. I'm underwater. And I can take that because I'm like, dude, I can't even like continue to develop this thing. And here you go, And now they're like probably multimillionaires and I'm sitting over here struggling, back and forth trying to, what I'm saying? So that's the lesson learned that I would say. Hey, Al Morris, did you want to say something? Because you've been sitting here quiet. Did you want to say something? Or you just listening? Okay. Did anyone else want to like speak on that?
I don't know about being failed, It's how do you fail when you did what you put into practice your theory? All I was saying with the coffee situation, I'm just sharing what I have observed, and I would never want to use any money that I personally have or anything. I wouldn't want to take out a loan. I'm just keeping it 100. I just have a microwave idea of what I've seen, observed for years. And I'm pretty sure others have too. It's just I've telling you, I have no intentions at this age to put my ideas into practice. So I want, but it doesn't mean that if someone hears this later on, but you know what? I'm gonna do that. Scrape them in and out. I don't even think you need a zoning permit. You'd be out, in and out. They're gonna flush you of all your coffee quickly.
Everybody quiet. Why is everybody so quiet? I have to go to the bathroom and I'd be like, okay. So the main
also
thing,
too, I see what people are doing now. A lot of people aren't even going to, I'm not saying a lot of people, there still are, but even buying lottery tickets, they're buying them through their smartphones. More and more. The idea that it's been like that for a while. The apps where you can do that, but people have taken it personal. Like they're really buying lottery tickets through their cell phones. They're putting in purchases.
more and more people are staying home. And so as much as people want to say, well, it's lazy to like do a delivery app or order things on delivery, people are staying home more and more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
And here's the thing. This is the reason why, even with my whole thing of saying, hey, we need to become more global in business. It's not about like just Pan-Africanism. It's just about just in business in general. Like I said, other corporations are doing this. When Black people stop thinking of themselves as just individuals and more as a corporation, their mindset will change. These other people, when they operate as a corporate entity. They don't. Elon Musk is not operating as Elon Musk. He's operating. Elon Musk itself has become its own. I can almost guarantee you, he probably has a tax ID number and everything behind his name. Why don't we think like this? Why don't we think like, okay, Monica Lockett as instead of like my own social security number, no, Monica Lockett as a tax entity incorporated, right? And then everything I do is like a corporation because guess what? The company, the country we're in treats me as I'm a corporation, not just a human being. You are an entity. You are a subcontractor within the United States of America, the corporation. Once we get out of this people mindset that we think that we're just people in this corporation, now the whole floodgates opens up, and now we look at things in a different way. And that's all I've been saying this whole time. People like think about it as like, oh, well, Pan-Africanism. No, I'm like thinking businessism, capitalism, all that stuff. You know, we don't need to just only be beholden, just living in this society as humans when the actual structure of the society does not see us as human beings. You understand what I'm saying? When the actual society sees you as a number and a social security. Listen, what is social security? What is that?
Anyways,
That means that the company is operating off of your labor and benefiting off of it. I mean, you're saying anyways, but I'm saying, do you see what do you understand that?
I did say what I said. I said, like, I see what you're saying. There are people though who have this Frank Lucas idea. All right, and
Did you clarify
There's
Frank
nothing.
Lucas' idea?
Frank Lucas, the godfather of Harlem, in the 70s. He was the driver of Bumpy Ellsworth Johnson.
So what does that mean to have a Frank Lucas idea? What does that mean?
There's nothing wrong with having a Frank Lucas idea. His idea was long range, you know. He said to himself, you know what? I'm an entrepreneurial, dope dealing. However, I don't want to just. I want to go to the distribution, and he was able to come up with some contacts, some strong contacts from the military, and he was able to go to the jungles of Cambodia to find that raw, untouched product, and
Took their product,
and,
got
and,
it routed
and-
through
and-
the American Army,
go ahead.
brought it in, took it in as a profit because, again, he cut out the middleman. It was a long-range idea, but you can't say it didn't work because it did.
I was gonna. You got me to it, Mrs. Fooney, of Mrs. Fundy, because it did work and it was successful. And what I'm not trying to slight DJ Genesis of saying that, you know, some people have this Frank Lucas idea. It's just that no one else was seeing it like that. Like, he was different. And even with this going to Africa stuff and setting up a business and making that happen, it is almost in the same situation, no matter what type of the business ethic of it is. It's just like, man.
No, take Africa out of it. What about South America? What about why are we so? So I think that people get hung up on Africa because
Even South America,
gay movement going on. What about other countries? What about China? What about Asia? Why do we only think in our backyard and that's it? Why don't we expand our own selves out beyond the neighborhood? Because everybody's stuck in the neighborhood. Everybody's stuck doing the same thing every single day. Go to the liquor store, come back, smoke some weed. I'm saying, don't just do that. You know, and listen, I'm about to be in my 50s. And I'm saying there's a lot of young people out here that don't get stuck in America doing the same perpendicular circle around your neighborhood. I'm saying get on a bus, take a flight, go somewhere else, see what it is out there, because you'll find out that, dang, you know what? There's opportunity further than my neighborhood. Because a lot of people don't even go further than their neighborhood. Do you understand that I live in Texas, right? In Texas, Dallas, Texas. There's people that I live in Mesquite. There's people that will not come to Mesquite because they live in Cedar Hill. Oh, them police over there. I ain't trying to be in Mesquite. Oh, I ain't trying to go to Cedar Hill. Them police over there. So I'm saying is that how can you have people, right? It's interesting because it's like, dude, you people don't even want to leave their neighborhood alone. And they talk about we need to be doing stuff here in America. Well, honey, leave your neighborhood first. You know, like go to another city or state. Like, so that's why I'm like, I don't really understand. Like, yeah, I get it. You know, most people are probably not gonna go outside the country. They won't even leave their neighborhood. But I put the idea out there, put the mindset out there. Travel, get on a plane.
how about this? I want to add on to what you just said, but I want to ask you a question, Mrs. Genesis. Can you come up with an app again? And this is another idea that's going into the universe. Who like these passport bros? I don't, because I can get this right here. However, imagine having an app for passport bros. Book you into a hotel, a hostel, boom. Breakfast and dinner.
Honey, I would not. I'm not trying to support that bullshit.
There's money to that passport bro app. They be thirsty as hell. They see it on the Google Play Store. You know that.
Let me show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all where my mind is at. I don't know where everybody else's mind is at, but I'm gonna share something with y'all.
Go ahead.
Because the few people that have sat here with me long enough and seen me come down and get up, get porn bombed and everything, I'm gonna share something with y'all. Okay. All right. So these are the apps that I've been working on. You see all these apps? This is called vibe coding. Okay. All right. Go on here, HealthStar. All right. All you gotta do is prompt it. Say, hey, this is what I want it to do.
You know, everything in me is screaming, take that down. Take it down. Take it
Well,
down.
I'll let you know that. Listen. You're saying you want to make an app, honey? I make apps. That's all I do all day. I make apps. That's all I do. This is what I do for a living.
I didn't say I
But
want to make an app.
know
Well,
is that
I
you go on
asked you,
Replit.
can you make an app?
Listen, you go on Replit. I'm trying to. I'm gonna share something with you. Okay. What you say you want to? What you want to do? Let me just give you.
Passport Bro app.
Okay.
To get money off these simps.
Right. Passport. All right. Create a Passport Bro app. And what you wanted to do? That
find the flights, cheap flights for them, whatever, so they can get to where they're going. Breakfast and lunch at these hotels, just set it up, their itinerary. An itinerary app for Passport Bros. Simps gonna have to pay extra. I give permission for people to use my IP and make it happen. So what? I think I have 1 million more.
all right. So let's go. You hit the button. I'm just gonna. I mean,
it's a preview.
No, it's not. It ain't done. It's gonna work. Just wait.
In other words, she can do it, bro, and you can too. I guess that's what she's saying.
This is a matter of like knowing what's out there.
They're gonna be looking for us if we cook like this. If this happens, people gonna be looking. Men in Black.
What Men in Black? Honey, this is called this is out there.
Everybody knows about this like that.
Well, they know now.
Okay. Ooh, Cape Verde. It looks like that to me in my eyes. An app where you can measure the American dollar to the next country's currency, and like, oh, okay.
I mean, so bottom line is that I hear Phony screaming at me in her own mind. Like, take that shit down. Somebody screaming at me, so like, take that bullshit down. Listen, it ain't.
I got you.
It ain't for everybody. Like, take that shit down.
Phony.
I hear you.
Could you explain what's your discretion on that?
Crazy.
What you're seeing? What's the discretion that you want to be present?
What? That was crazy. Like that, Yeah.
My discretion is I understand what it takes to find your shortcut in your niche, and it's worth money. And here she is just fucking giving it away. Okay, bitch.
Got you. The gods and the goddesses is hollering through Funi. Tell her to cut that shit out. Got you. Yeah, I believe in all that too. I believe that there's certain things that shouldn't be shown.
But I know
even
there's
in real
nothing
life.
more to it, so that's the only reason I'm willing to show it, because I know there's more to it. Is, you know, I'm willing to show that because that's just the beginning, because it ain't gonna do everything. You have to come to
But
a
I
person
see.
to make it happen, because you know what I'm saying. It ain't
This
gonna,
crunches,
but it'll get you started. You know, so
so this crunches people's thoughts and like articulates it into like it really makes it happen step by step like that.
pretty much.
I got you. Subletting. I know that's going to be even bigger in 2026. Subleasing.
Wow, that actually turned out really nice. That turned out nice.
You should follow through with what I said. You're still young.
Nice. That turned out-
Hey, and these people are getting thirstier and thirstier. All I'm saying is not commit some Madam Heidi
So-
Fleiss type of stuff. It's about like itinerary.
So, by the way, like I said, quick, boom, done. Like whatever idea you can think of, done. Like, and yeah. So this is what I've been doing. You know,
Your ideas off the internet, girl. I'm back. keep
Huh?
your ideas off the internet.
Money making ideas.
Yes.
I'm trying to just entertain the one or two already, but go on.
Ears, keep it out of people's ears
Mhm.
until it's completed. Then you tell it. Because people steal your stuff so fast. Where food go? Right. And people steal your ideas so fast.
why you leave, Fundi?
She's probably coming back in. I had to leave for a second. I had to calm your godchildren my dog down. Get that down, Carter.
Sugar Love, keep the thing going. I gotta go to the door. I'll be right back.
All right, yeah, but I really think that we have a lot of great ideas. Please keep it off the internet. Keep from telling people. Don't be so quick to, unless the idea is for them, right? Unless the idea is for you. Like if I'm telling her that, if I say, hey, please, but it's containing her, then I would tell her. But if it's containing you, you gotta keep your mouth shut. People steal your stuff and run right with it. And if they got the capital, they beat you to the punch. But
I agree.
And now some place where I may be lost because I had to leave for a second. I think that when we're talking about supporting business, I think this is going to like what Fundi was saying earlier about we should take our money and go to Africa, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, the man in the high castle. We should take our money, go to Africa, because they get ready to do a whole AI thing, and we should go there and jump on it and do business with them. And we can't do business with ourselves here first. We can't even support us here to even build capital. How are we supposed to? I'm not saying it can't be done. Why are we supposed to even do that, even if we stay here on this end? And my sister Phony, no, I support all businesses on my channel. Right? If you got a business, if I know your business is real, I support it on my channel. We can't even do that. So we're supposed to take our money to another country, to people who don't like us, who don't respect us, and do business with them.
Because Mama said so. And that's it.
Well, how do you feel about that, fool?
I would first like to say that Fee ain't never said take your money to Africa.
No, DJ did. We had to cut that. We had to cut it off and start it over. For DJ did.
And that's fine. That's fine. And I get it. Okay. And I get it. Because I have investments across.
Okay.
I have investments across the sea. I'm not going to say don't do that. We have the American dollar behind us, which is still a good thing right now. In a minute, it probably won't be. But here is where we, as Black Americans, we have to understand our buying power. Only our money flows through the economy the way that the economy is run is off of our liquid cash.
No, she said go there. But go ahead.
Go there. Oh, hell no.
That's what
Hold on. The reason why I said go there is
right. And she's saying what you were saying, Pooh. She wants to go there.
I'm not saying to live there. I say go there. You don't want to invest in something sight unseen. Go there, see where your investment is doing. Make sure you don't want to leave a baby sitting there in a crib and say, okay, well, I'll be back. And well, no, I'm feeding the baby, but I mean, I'm relying on someone else to feed that baby. And I have never seen the baby making sure the baby's eating. So I'm saying take your behind over there, see what the climate is. But my thing is not just about Africa. Maybe I need to be clear. I'm talking about globally business minded. So we are not just stuck in America only doing business here. No, we need to have global mindset when it comes to business, because every other country, like, okay, China, Asians, India, whatever. So, okay, we are Black Americans. Why don't we need to have a global business mindset, a global organization that, or whatever, or even as individuals, where we are thinking about doing business on a global level? We should not be only focused on the American business market, because why? Other countries are going into Africa and they are like being able to set things up and funnel the money to their countries. When Africans come to America, what do? They funnel their money to their country. Why aren't we doing the same thing? Why don't we go to Africa and funnel them in? Why don't we go to South America, funnel the money? Everybody else is doing it but us. We're the only ones that stuck in the
We are doing it. I don't even like that idea.
That sounds better, but that's not how you said it earlier.
I don't like the way it sounds.
I just stay here and just over here.
We are doing it.
All I'm saying is that I'm not saying like just invest in the stock market, because other countries are not just investing in the stock market. They are going over there, setting up shop, building, and calling themselves in developing. Well, we're China. We want to help you develop. Why can't we help them develop? How many tradesmen do we have that know how to fix irrigation systems? Whatever we can do. Okay, then do that and then funnel the money. Listen, Africa was the first place that
sis, I want to say this one thing about Africa.
Hold on, stop. Right? Africa was one of the first places that offered two people $1 billion, but they both was unable to get the money. Why? Didn't Gaddafi offer what you call $1 billion, and then he couldn't get the money?
Farrakhan, yes.
Right.
And Farrakhan asked the United States government if he could bring it in. That's why. That should have told you who the hell he was working for. But I digress.
Right. However, I would say this:
Gaddafi, wait. Gaddafi also did business with Jeff Fort from Chicago.
I don't know who that is, but I'm gonna say this: is that
you don't know who Jeff Fort is?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Triple OG.
No, I don't. No, a triple OG. Okay. What? Gang?
Yeah, gang creator. Black Peace Stones, I believe.
Don't you think that if Farrakhan, instead of this, like
these brothers were coming. These brothers were geniuses. Him and Larry Hoover. They were already doing what you're talking. This stuff has been kind of done. It's just that what we have to practice discretion, whether if it's unethical or ethical businesses. We have to practice being very discreet about it.
Into Africa, had like some business there, and then said, okay, well, the $1 billion, put it into this place, and then we're going to. Then it wouldn't have been a matter of no, you can't, of course, chunk $1 billion to Nation of Islam. But what can happen is that we have this place over here in Africa, and then we can slowly send money over to America. That's what I'm saying. Is that because of the fact that people don't have anything outside of America or any like land or things to like be able to work through. We're stuck on, oh, well, can you just send the whole thing? Of course not. Why would America allow that?
Another thing is
Politics, right?
Another thing is when it comes down to the irrigation thing, people have been doing this for over 50 something years there in Africa, and nothing has been built. But you saw that Mr. Beast just in 2023, he was able to do that stuff and like boom, there you go. Because people use Africa as a laundry mat to wash money.
Why are we up here not doing the same thing? Why is Mr. Beast?
I just said that we are already over there where we're more discreet. We practice discernment. We're not advertising. We've been doing these things. You want it to be mainstream.
I don't want it to be mainstream. I'm saying is that I want people to like not listen. Most of the people, when I say the same thing, they're like, we don't need to be doing anything outside of America. We need to stay in America. We haven't even fixed over here yet. Whatever. Woo.
It's the truth.
They're not even thinking like slightly about like global business when I have those conversations. So go ahead.
We also have to remember that we act like genetic memory and genetic haunting is not a thing. We've done this. And in the process of even being better at the system that was given to us that was supposed to wreck us, every last community that was successful at being able to independently take care of themselves within the system was systematically destroyed. And in the vein of them being systematically destroyed, please do not think that our DNA did not scream that success will destroy you. Success is a family annihilator. And we benefited none from that. If I'm not mistaken, the last of one of the Holocaust, she just died. She was over 100 and they still ain't paid her out because the system can wait. The system can outwait your lifespan. And please don't think we don't know that. We know it deep down inside of us in a place that says, hey, too much success raises your head above the crowd. And when your head goes above the crowd, you can definitely become a target of decapitation.
Mm-hmm.
We've learned this. Yeah, we've learned this. So just a little, we can't get there all together. If we get there all together, it's an annihilation. And do you not think they've put systems in place to cut this up? They take out black communities. And when I say black communities, I don't mean renting black communities, because that's not a community. You don't own that. And I'm tired of people saying the black community in places where the black community only rents. They don't own that. I'm talking about the owners of the homes. That's a black community. Those black communities are red lined, purple lined, freeway lined, circle lined. Everything goes through the black community for a reason. If we're gonna do this, it's gonna be small. It's gonna be off of this, because it should be forbidden to even talk about it. Because who can you trust? Sometimes you can't even trust your own. How do we know that? The Panthers. We've known that for over 70 years. Any organization you go into, you can believe one or two of the first members aren't there for the betterment of that community. They're there for surveillance. And until we understand we're at war, just because you can take a shower 3 times a goddamn day and pray to your God being pristine because your butthole is clean, does not mean you're not at war. And at war, you need logistics. And they have us out here living 1 to a 4-bedroom apartment, raising kids. The kids leave, and you're still there by yourself, isolated. Logistics is about communication. If we don't communicate, there's no logistics. No logistics, no war. No war, you already lost. We've watched cults come in and take over towns in America. We're actively, as we speak, watching the Somali community in Minnesota, how they have taken $1 billion.
$8 billion.
And I think they're underscoring it too. That's why they're upset.
Go on, sis. Go on, sis. Go on, sis.
Oh, hey. You cooking, sis?
Hey, Nick.
But you want me to be good? Man, fuck y'all.
You see that building? Hey, did y'all see that building where they staying at? I think they call it the Riverside in St. Paul, Minneapolis, out there in Minnesota, where they're all at. It looks like it's a high rise, but it's like the Carter, and it looks like the Carter in New Jack City. Like, it looked crazy, but they're all in there. I don't know them Somalis.
Let me tell you, them people. See, they
trapping like it look crazy.
They doing everything, right? See,
that's a multi-million-dollar operation going on in there.
They do these things because they got a home to go back to. See, we do things in small increments, right? Because we still got to stay here. They got only thing they just get sent back home. Ilion home, she has to go back with. Right? She could do really good in Somalia, right? But baby, whatever you can think of, they did it for years. And then I just want to correct something. They keep saying this was during the Democratic. No, Bush brought them in. They came in during Bush administration, not under Biden. Let's just get that correct. When they remember, some of them were 2nd generation, 3rd generation.
For third, this is like from 30 years ago.
Right. Bush let them in when they was having war and stuff out there in Somalia. He's the one who initially let them come on up in here. Right. But baby, they done formed the money. They got guns, pop house out there now. They done formed the whole war and stuff. And that lady's still not admitting nothing. I ain't knocking her though. She's not supposed to. But
they did the same thing. That's what happened in New York with the
not like that. Not like that. They are number one.
The governor of New York now, Naraki or whatever. Like
what? We ain't doing $8 billion in New York, and send it back to whatever country. We ain't got no country to send it to, right? But no, not like that. They number one. And
And I guess Ohio's their next hub.
baby, they threatening that lady in Ohio for speaking out about them Somalis. They got that lady scared after she spoke up and told, you know, how all of them on PA, public assistance, in the houses they live in and the pocketbooks they got, and the money they have, all this on public assistance. Whereas we people here, it's hard for the people to get the people who needs it to get Medicare. They can't even afford their medicine. But here they go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I found strange is nobody's talking about the Section 8 that the Jews from World War II were put on in New York, where they have been passing that down 5 generations
And
now
don't
in
forget,
some of the best apartments in New
that
York.
is true. And it's what's crazy about that, they'll have a house, one house, in each room, it's sad to say, is considered an apartment, even though we all live together. But they like each room will be like A, B, C. So when they go down to pick these things up, they go. Everybody who lives in a house makes it so, no, I don't live with her. I'm renting a room, right? We rent a room, which they say okay. So if Section 8 comes in, they get full money for each bedroom. They get public assistance for each bedroom, even though it's the same house is going in the same refrigerator. And they got beautiful houses too, up and down. Yes, honey, man, listen, things that we would never do, but oof.
So their vouchership, from what I'm hearing, their golden tickets, they've been transferring this for 5 generations, basically.
No, way longer. But for the fake Jews,
right?
They've been doing this way. I can't even tell you when they started. I wouldn't even know if I was born. They been was doing that. They been was doing that. And then, you know, the head person, like whoever the head man is, he will claim he's a landlord and these are his tenants, but they all live in the family. So they don't have to go work and pay what you pay that during the month. Oh gosh, I can't think of the word. We call it rent. Y'all call it what? If you own a house.
Section 8 or
no.
Or mortgage.
Mortgage. Thank you, sis. Yeah, they don't have to go bust their butts and pay mortgage or none of that, because Section 8 will pay it. And they got money. So if they do work, if some of them do work, that money stays in their pocket. That's how they was able to get these businesses and all these other things.
So y'all, if you're in New York, you guys got a whole different type of housing authority situation, correct?
Well, back in the days when it came down to Section 8, Section 8 used to be federal. So what went for one state went for the next state. So I don't know when that changed up, because I can get a Section 8 from here and move anywhere I want to move. The voucher was for all the states. So I don't know how much that changed now. I don't know, but that was federal money. So you can go anywhere. That's why a lot of people used to go they used to come to New York, because it's quicker to get the voucher. They'll take their voucher and move. Or they'll get their voucher from the state, wherever, and they come back to New York with the voucher, because that was federal money. But I have no idea how that goes now.
Well, I will say this, me being from Detroit, I will say another thing that happens too, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this. So a Arab family will open up a corner store, right? And then right when they are supposed to like pay taxes, it changes ownership. Now, this thing just happened here in Dallas. I have a gas station right down the street from where I live. Right? They had all the like, you know, the whatever, you know, they had the lottery, they had all that stuff. One day it changed ownership. Now they're starting all over again. They don't have all the like benefits of the other business. So to me, there's some kind of a racket to where if you own a liquor store or a gas station, after a certain amount of time, you can like change the owner to another family member, and then like it's almost like you don't have to pay taxes on that business. And that's the same thing I've seen happening in Detroit,
Is
where
it bankrupt and then change
ownership every few years, and all the
Mhm.
lottery machines don't work for a couple months, then they start
Mhm.
back over. So they do stuff like that.
I seen that too, but I've never paid it. Yeah, they do that. That's what all them stores. By the way,
Yeah, like you notice like after a certain amount of years, there'll be one person. You'll have all the like the beer be like two for $7, this, that, the other. All of a sudden, all that goes away. It's under new management. No, it's not new management. It's the new family member that puts it underneath their name, and now they have to like go through the process of getting everything back again, whatever. So I'm like, so here's the thing, is that so we're talking about tethering. I'm like, bro, that's the biggest tether of them all. Is like
It is. That's what we talking about. That's the tethering.
liquor stores that are out here, and then they are doing all this. I'm like, they are tethering way harder because I'm like, bro. And then they'll allow like drug dealers to be at their liquor store selling weed and crack and whatever, and they probably got to deal with them. Okay, I ain't gonna like say nothing to you about you being outside my liquor store and having a whole operation. Just give me a cut of it. So now that whole gas station liquor store becomes like a cesspot in the community of bullshit. People don't even want to go to the gas station to get gas because it's so much bullshit going down, so much vagrancy. And so that's the thing. I'm like, okay, I mean, those people are doing way worse than a Caribbean, Jamaican, greasy spoon.
They tethers too. We saying they tethers too.
They are too, but I'm saying is that okay? They're tethers too, okay. But
Yeah, that's
which
without
one's
a
worse?
doubt.
Which
Yeah.
one is worse? Because I've never seen like no Jamaicans with a bunch of niggas outside their house with their business selling crack cocaine. The actual liquor stores will sell the stems to smoke crack in and say it's a rose petal. Shit like that. I'm saying is that's way we need to be talking about that tether. Because that's way more
Yeah,
detrimental.
the sand cracker, the Arab, the Hindu, them folks, even the short, the ones with the short hats, yes, the sand cracker, they be out of control too. I want to ask you a question about like observance. I want to ask one question.
Go ahead.
When you go to these stores and you see these shopkeepers, or what I kind of just described, you ever notice that? What's your explanation for when you see them for months on months in, but all of a sudden you go to the store and supposedly they're on vacation and they don't show up for a while, and then all of a sudden they pop back up? What's that all about? I'm talking about like clerk wise.
And went to their own.
They're rotated. They're rotated. I was told what takes place. They're rotated.
I got you. I just always peculiar to my. And where do they really shop at?
Within their own community, within their own.
Because their people don't shop there, right? Their own people don't shop there.
They actually cook in the back.
They don't even.
They don't shop there. As a matter of fact, what they do is they get the discount on produce, and they take the produce and they actually divvy it up amongst the stores. They take it to each store, and the boys cook in the back for themselves. If there are women there, the women will cook in the back, and everybody will just circulate. And there's always at least two people in the back, so-called with an extended stay, let's say. There's always at least two.
And then they doing this thing with the arcade casino things in the back
And
too.
one crackhead that worked there too. You know what I'm saying? That like get to like sweep the front yard out, whatever, the parking lot out, and then they pay him like pennies on the dollar.
And kick them in the ass for stealing a little bit, supposedly.
But he gets all the malt liquor he can handle. Yay. I'm sorry, but here's the thing. Instead of being mad, because I ain't even mad at them, because here's what we understand about American business. American business can't be run like American business says an American business is supposed to be run. If you've ever ran a business, you know this. You know that crap don't work.
Mm.
And in that, we have to look at what does work. But here's the thing. It's all gambling. You got to know when to hold it. You got to know when to fold it. You got to know when to walk away, know when to run. Never count your money sitting at the table, because there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. Look, we can't be mad at them, but what we can do is look at what's being done and go, that's interesting. Because let's think about it. 1 in 4 Somali children in Minnesota right now are autistic. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because if they're autistic, what type of benefit are they supposed to be for the rest of their life to the American system except a burden? And what level of autism are there? 1 in 4? What are they eating? Mercury?
Getting Social Security checks like crazy.
Isn't this what was supposed to happen when kids ate lead paint chips? I thought we weren't supposed to have lead paint anymore.
Yeah. It's like there's no asbestos any longer. Well, there's not supposed to be in those buildings, So how is it that they have mercury or whatever like that, or lead paint?
How did this autism arise? But again,
who died? Who is this doctor?
They're doctors.
They're doctors. Correct. But look at what you have.
Like the actual inoculations do it, because my doctor one day.
No, it's fake, DJ. It's their doctors. They all in on it.
And look at what you have to have in place to run this type of scheme. And we don't have that type of cooperation. We just don't. Not at this point. We're getting there, though. The more we see the payout, the more we will understand, too, that we, like the Italians was having so many problems with the law that they started sending their children to law school. And when you start sending your children to law school, then you start getting lawyers. When you start getting lawyers, you can put people in position to become judges. So when you have your lawyers and you have your judges, and then you have a judge that you can send to a high circuit court, the feds have to have something on you for it to go through. But we ain't telling our children, hey man, I need a doctor, I need a lawyer, I need a dentist, and I need a mechanic. Pick one.
And some of us,
I got an accountant coming.
Even if we do, some of them get on board and forget all about you. They don't know it's a we thing, but they see it as a me thing. And some Black families.
But I want to break this whole thing down about funding, because
yes,
I mean, we have ideas. Why does Facebook get funded, but not like the Black idea? There is actually a Black guy right now with a social media platform. I think, well, man, is he like Quincy Jones' son? I forget what his name is, and he has an actual social media platform called dang, what's it called? Dang, was it Quincy Jones? Never mind. I'm gonna find out what it is, but like we don't get funded with our ideas in tech. So let's go.
Tatiana LaJoy. Black-owned businesses are unprofessional. Many people in the Black community have either said or thought this at one point or another. This statement stems from various experiences that ultimately lead to them spitefully banning Black-owned businesses from their shopping, date night outings, or self-care expenditures. In 2021, the growth in Black spending power reached $1.6 trillion, which doubled since the year before, yet our wealth has fallen by 14%. This means that 99% of our buying power is spent outside of our community. These statistics imply that Black people know how to make money, but we do not know how to keep it. The Black dollar stays in our community for 6 hours, while it stays in the Asian community for 28 days.
Well, it's actually a couple of things. For one, we could seem that we're rude and it's not all about good customer service.
That's a problem. Why am I spending my money with you and you're too sensitive to even take the criticism necessary needed?
Is that it's so expensive, which I can understand. Certain people or certain places, they kind of hit you over at a price.
Hating. That's all I can think of is hating, just because of the fact that they see one person doing their thing. It's hard for them to congratulate them.
There has to be a reason why Black-owned are the only businesses that are blackballed by their own community. You don't see this sort of attitude in other ethnic communities. Could it be because of systemic oppression, personal irresponsibility, deep-rooted psychology, or is it all of the above? Here's why Black people don't support Black-owned businesses. A common frustration among many African Americans is our constant appropriation of our culture. We are so proud of our culture because of everything it represents: strength, vitality, perseverance, and flavor. There's no denying that Black is beautiful. But if we truly believe this, why do we not profit on our culture as much as other races do? One reason for this is because we lack trust within our community. According to supportblackowned.com, there are even Black business owners that choose to not support Black businesses. When asked why, they answer that Black-owned businesses are unprofessional and no others besides theirs should be supported. But where does this unprofessional stereotype come from? Let's start from the bottom and determine what it takes to start a business. It takes a lot of effort to start a business, and it begins with market research. Market research involves gathering data to learn about target audiences so that a business owner can determine factors such as the demand, market size, and market saturation. Knowing these things can help a business develop a strong foundation so they can have growth and longevity. After that work is done, a business plan needs to be made, which is based on all of the market research that has been done. This plan can either be traditional, which is usually dozens of pages long, or a lean startup, which is typically about a page long. Next is figuring out the best way to fund your business by first determining how much you will need and figuring out which is the best method to get that money, whether that be through bank loan, crowdfunding, or investors. Depending on what kind of business you have, the next steps vary and include choosing a business name, structure, and location, and registering your business. This is the bare minimum to start a successful business, yet many Black businesses do not invest the time to establish a strong foundation for their company. One of the biggest complaints is that Black businesses are hard to find. This is a clear indicator that most of these businesses do not take enough time to do market research or organize their finances to allow for advertising budget. Advertising is important for businesses because it drives growth by targeting the right audiences and attracting paying customers. Getting customers is important, but keeping them is crucial. We live in a time where there is an abundance of small businesses and it's very competitive. Creating customer loyalty is the key to continued profitability for any successful business, and the best way to create customer loyalty is to have great customer service. This might be the biggest culprit of unsuccessful Black-owned businesses. Many customers complain about unprofessionalism, with stores being closed during business hours, business owners or employees with bad attitudes, and unapologetic bad service. Most Black people want to support Black businesses, but don't want to deal with the headache. At the end of the day, bad business is bad business, no matter where it's coming from. YouTube user @NaturalLife wrote, "I desperately want to support Black businesses, but I can't. Case in point, I live in Metro Atlanta. There are Asian nail shops and Black-owned shops. I've gone to Asians mostly, but now I refuse to give them a dime of my money. I tried going to Black-owned, but they have no clue how to run a business. I go to an Asian shop. I'm in and out in an hour or less. Black owned, I was in there 3.5 hours. Asians smile at me and ask, what color you like? Black owned rolled their eyes and acted like I was bothering them. Very rude, gossiping with each other, cursing, etc. I just do my own nails now. I miss the Asian shop, but refuse. We do not understand how to run a business, many of us. Always running out of supplies, etc. My money is valuable to me. Treat me with respect and do a timely good service, and I will support your Black-owned business. This is not to bash our people, but more so to take ownership of what is lacking and how it can be improved. Black company owners have a tendency to put minimal effort into their company and expect to be treated like businesses that do put the effort in. In this era where being woke is very prominent, many Black-owned businesses will rely on being Black-owned as the main reason why they should be supported. When they aren't supported, defense is the first reaction when it should be an opportunity for introspection and growth. But let's also talk about the Black-owned businesses that have done the work. They know their target audience, they spend money on advertisement, and they have a solid business plan. But some of these businesses suffer based on the bad stereotypes created by the less successful Black-owned businesses. There are two theories that may explain this. One is the crabs in a barrel mentality that our community unfortunately adheres to. The Black community simply has more haters than other communities, and that's why there are no Black communities like Chinatown, Little Italy, or Little Russia. The reason being is most Black people come from poverty-stricken backgrounds and tend to glorify hood attributes, being gangsta, hard, etc. If you are an individual that wants to rise above the stereotype, most Black people will tear you down or ridicule you. There's many cases of Black parents being jealous of their own children. It hurts people to see others succeed because it shines a light on their own insecurities. They'll say things like, you think you're better than me if you happen to be doing better than them because you worked for it. It's a slave mentality passed down through generations, epigenetics. Another theory is generational trauma. In his 1952 semi-autobiographical novel, Go Tell It on the Mountain, famous African-American author James Baldwin asked, could a curse come down so many ages? Did it live in time or in the moment? The trauma of slavery has been carried on throughout generations of African Americans and is manifested through poor health and poverty. We are aware of the residual effects of slavery that we see in our community. A more recent example of generational trauma would be the riot of Tulsa's Greenwood district. In 1921, Tulsa, Oklahoma's Black Wall Street was one of the most successful African American communities in the United States. However, on May 31st, 1921, an African-American man named Dick Rowland was accused of attempting to rape a white woman named Sarah Page. The white community did not want to wait for the investigation to happen and instead took matters into their own hands by lighting 35 blocks on fire, injuring 800 people and killing 300. This tragedy resulted in 9,000 Black people becoming homeless and destroying a community with a remarkable school system, indoor plumbing, banks, hotels, and contemporary homes. The state of Oklahoma had only 2 airports, yet 6 Black families owned their own planes. The average income of African Americans in that community exceeded what minimum wage is today. Caucasians didn't realize that their segregation actually empowered us as a community. Since we were no longer able to shop at white establishments, the Black dollar circulated in our own community and Black businesses flourished. Josie Pickens records in an Ebony article that lower-class white people in neighboring areas were undoubtedly jealous of this affluent Black community and felt the need to put progressive, high-achieving African Americans in their place. The financial power afforded to the Black community could not save them from the racial hostility at the time. Whites resented the fact that Blacks no longer passively accepted second-class citizenship in what they perceived as their land. The district newspaper would call the Black community things like Little Africa and In-Town. They labeled them as bad ends who drank booze, took dope, and ran around with guns. They created a narrative that the Black community was predisposed to crime and was in need of social control. This narrative helped them justify their actions of deadly violence towards the Black community under a shield of reprimand. The newspaper even suggested that the KKK could help restore order in the community, which in fact, the agency behind their order was to suppress the power that they felt the Black community did not deserve. Portraying Blacks as criminals helped enforce a violent racist ideology. Following the riot, the mayor planned to redesign the community for industrial purposes. Essentially, it was a geographical problem because the government viewed that area as an ideal location for business expansion, so they brought down land prices and established white dominance in the area. Hannibal Johnson, author of The Black Wall Street, From Riot to Renaissance in Tulsa's historic Greenwood District, explains that neither the survivors nor their families ever received the reparations suggested by the Tulsa Race Riot Commission. In an interview on The Breakfast Club, founder and CEO of the Wealth Factory, Angel Smith, expresses how we have been robbed of our reparations. Blacks were defeated during this time to know that their beloved community was so fragile and their perceived power seemed fickle compared to that of the elite and lower class whites. Essentially, the Black community was deboned by the white community, and that trauma still lives today. Is this why Black businesses don't have a strong infrastructure today? Is there an inherent fear that any success we have can and will be taken away by envious people with more power? It wasn't just Tulsa. Race massacres also devastated communities in Georgia, Arkansas, Michigan, Mississippi, and Florida, just to name a few. As Martin Luther King put it, when Negroes assertively moved on to ascend the second rung of the ladder, a firm resistance from the white community developed. The Black dollar circulating within our own community was a threat back then, and systems were put in place and narratives were spread to prevent it from happening again. That oppression is still relevant today and lives in our subconscious as a community. It's shocking how many people are unaware of the traumatic past of African Americans. This trauma is intergenerational and once realized can help combat the toxic patterns that we see in our community today, such as the crabs in a barrel mentality. As Jay-Z once said, crabs in a barrel, but crabs don't belong in the barrel. And they ain't never tell us that. So in the barrel, we're gonna act like we act. We can easily get out of the barrel if we stand on each other's back. Whoever gets on top, as long as they stay attached, they're gonna pull everybody out. I was doing just that. According to Angel Rich's research, it's going to take at least 250 years for us to catch up with our counterparts if we do not practice group economics. This is why it's so important to educate our people, especially our youth, on the importance of group economics to help close the wealth gap. Angel owns an app called Credit Rich to help people round up their spare change and intelligently optimize their credit score as fast as possible. There's also a directory called blackbusinessgreenbook.com where consumers can find Black-owned brands from home goods to clothing and art, photography, and food. Black Nation is another app that can be used as a resource to find Black-owned businesses wherever you are. These are just a few resources that can help keep our money within our community and make us stronger for generations to come. If we really want change, let's start by taking some of the actions mentioned throughout this video. Let us know in the comments below what you think the reason is that Black people don't support Black businesses. And also shout out some amazing Black-owned businesses in your area that you would like to support.
Thoughts, guys?
I had to look up who was the owner of Hype Plus TV first, because I was listening to the content of what she was saying, and I really wanted to get into the pathology of the behavior of what I was hearing. It almost seemed dismissive, but then as I heard more and more of it, I heard black, 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 black. This is the reason why Blacks don't get along. 3 times more likely, black. And so I'm like, who owns this channel? And I had to confirm it's one of the founders of the Rough Riders, but I still kind of don't believe it. You know, but at the same time, I can't. It's just not for me. I heard this before. Sorry. I don't believe them. And it feels like self-defeat. Sorry. We gotta keep getting to the dough. I can't listen to that nonsense.
Yeah, I didn't do nothing that she said to start my business that way. I ain't do none of that. I still don't do any of that. No, I'm not gonna do all of that. At all. Look, y'all. Find somebody that's running a business and has been running a business and ask them how they ran it. You know, get an apprenticeship. We have to build communication and relationships. I I'm on YouTube. I make a product. While I'm on YouTube, I tell people I have this product. Then I send them somewhere where if they're interested, they can get said product. Done. Market what? I don't have time for all that. So yes, no, hell no. Do not do that. Don't do that. Don't. No.
You gonna get that black app?
No. I don't know.
There was so much they hit me with at one time. I felt like I was tied up, Fundi, just right now to a chair. Yo, you gotta listen to this.
You
That's
right.
how I
And I'm
felt.
like a 3-year-old. I was squirming not to get tired of no.
That was intense. I mean, I swear, maybe if I didn't live life like this, I would be so into what I just saw. It was mind-boggling. It was I was like, something into me is like, we gonna escape. We gonna break the chair. We gonna just crash to the chair and like break the chair, like escape.
But
Get out of
actually, we are starting to. That's why I like the new movement of delegating. Oh, I don't butcher that word, but y'all know what I'm saying, right? But I like that idea is that we now
It's delineating, not delegating.
Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling. I like that idea because we're starting to really now focus on ourselves. We've been, well, not with us, probably our forefathers. We have left that out of the branch, so other melanated people we can all come together, but it didn't work, right? Now we know who our enemies are. We have no allies or nothing. So we're starting to wake up, us American Black people and Indigenous Black people over here. We start. I like the way we're going now, right? Maybe we can start to now start supporting us.
Yes.
We will. We are. Let's put that in present time. We are. And we know we are.
Yes.
And we will continue.
So
and it's going to build on itself.
And I believe we will have access to a credit line, a digital credit line. I believe we're going to have access to credit lines soon. We're getting rid of a lot of people. A lot of people are getting deported. There's going to be more room for this credit line to get these things popping. Even besides the fact we are, just like how you said, Fundi, in present tense, that we are doing these things.
I know at least 2 people on this panel that have supported my business one way or another. So that's 75% of the panel. I ain't tripping. Those are great odds for my business,
Warning.
for any business. So I don't know what people are talking about, but again, shameless plug, masterfundifee.com.
This is not
I want to show you guys something really quick, because if you any Black owned business that really thinks that they're failing, I really want to show you guys the bullshit game that's really going on. What you think is happening and what's really happening. Let me just show you this. Watch this.
This is not financial advice. How do companies that lose money survive? Uber, Twitter, Airbnb, all these companies still don't turn a profit, yet are worth billions of dollars.
Profits remain elusive.
In this video about unprofitable companies, we explore how this is even possible, the secrets of these companies' success, how you and I might be getting ripped off, and why losing money is actually sometimes a good thing.
If you just pay
Could you pause
attention,
it for
you
one
might just
second
learn
there?
something here.
First, let's distinguish between revenue and
Uber is one of those companies for sure that has not turned a profit.
I want to tell y'all, listen, all these AI companies are at a deficit of billions. Do you know that AI itself
Yeah.
has not generated a dime financially?
Right.
So if you think that your business not making no money, whatever, no, the whole system it's a game that's going on of bullshit that we have no idea of. That's why I'm like, bro. So my mind, I know this. I know that it's a zero-sum game. Imagine like you have a person that comes up with an app. They get an investor. Now this it is based on some kind of a valuation, right? This investor invested in and whatever. And then the people that created the app, they're able to live off of that investment. And then they go through series A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Like whatever. The whole thing is that with the tech world, right? They're not operating off actual real money. They're operating off of like some imaginary number that someone said that your company's valued at. And I'm gonna show this. I'm gonna break it down to y'all because we don't even understand the real game that's being played here.
Exactly.
We're not even nowhere close to.
DJ,
Yes.
isn't that how America was built with invisible money?
The whole
money
thing.
money was supposed to be equal to gold. Now, once they made it paper money, that took away it's
No, I'm
always
not
been like
talking about that. I'm trying to tell y'all.
It's always
You said
been
I'm
invisible
salty
money.
about that app. Yeah, I am. Well, I'm not
It's
salty
always
about
been invisible money.
Phony is crazy. She said he's salty about that. I'm trying to tell y'all.
Took off the gold standard.
Don't be on my nerves.
It's up. They just up
He's salty about
the
that.
old game that's been played. Right? When you go to
Debt to
Federal
wealth
Reserve or
society.
whatever, all that's invisible money. These notes.
Debt wealth
Tell
It's
y'all.
always been invisible money.
Elon Musk, do you think he really got $1 trillion somewhere? It don't even exist.
No.
What is $1 trillion? There's no $1 trillion nowhere. Like, what are we? This is imaginary. Bullshit. It's just people like being able to inflate their value. Let me play this video. All right.
profit. Revenue is any money that comes into the business from selling a product or providing a service. If you subtract your expenses, such as advertising or paying employees, what you're left with is profit. Some companies like Airbnb make billions in revenue per year, but not only do they not make profit, they actually lose money. They do this by using money provided through venture capital.
Okay, what's our backstory? We're brothers from New Hampshire. We're venture capitalists.
I'm sick of that. Let's be from Vermont, and let's have an emerging maple syrup conglomerate.
Running an unprofitable business, relying on venture capital, is kind of like a kid opening a lemonade stand. The ingredients are all funded by the parents, and the kids sell the lemonade at a rate where it's fun and easy to get customers, but never profitable. At first, your parents are fine with losing a little money to get the lemonade stand running and aren't really expecting you to make a return on investment. Imagine if your parents let you run the lemonade stand instead of just one day, but for a full year. Then your parents might say, well, the ingredients are expensive. You should charge more. But when you try, you find nobody wants to pay for an expensive cup of lemonade.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God, this is awful. I'm not even joking. Who made that?
Us. It's beautiful.
You made it? Give me my money back.
No,
Huh?
you can't.
I want my dollar back.
If your parents become unwilling to continue funding your lemonade stand, you go ask your rich uncle to buy out your parents and give you money to run for another year. The goal is to eventually figure out a way to make the lemonade stand profitable, but that's a problem for the future. So why are these big companies worth so much if they don't make any money?
Your company cannot be worth that much.
Our company is worth nothing.
It's all about how much someone else is willing to pay for ownership of the company. Let's use Uber as an example. Private investors, known as venture capitalists, took on a big risk on Uber succeeding by providing the first rounds of funding in 2011. They raised $11 million, valuing Uber's total worth as $47 million. 8 years later, in 2019, the company IPO'd, meaning anyone can now buy ownership in Uber. It began trading at $45 a share.
Care to guess what that company is worth now?
Millions.
Billions, with a B.
Or more accurately, $75 billion. At this time, many of the venture capitalists sold their positions to you and I for billions of dollars in investment profit. Investors that bought shares of Uber at the IPO are now clinging on to the hopes that they can find someone else willing to buy their shares for more. There's only two reasons someone would buy those shares off of them. The buyer thinks that they can find another person who will buy them for more, or that Uber will figure out a way to become profitable. Unfortunately, since the IPO, the stock has been trading at a lower value. Either way, regardless if the stock eventually trades higher, the venture capitalists and Uber executives already got their money, and now it's someone else's problem.
For that, I give you 100 and you're lucky to get that.
I need that money.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
The acceptance of unprofitable companies at astronomical valuations first became mainstream in the dot-com era of the early 2000s. Investors saw the potential of the internet and were willing to pay a premium for companies with the assumption that they would eventually become a success. Sure, some investors were either lucky or more strategic buying shares of companies like Amazon and eBay, but the majority of these companies' path to profitability was based on an assumption that the internet would evolve enough for their business to make money. Some of these companies like Pets.com had business plans that with today's e-commerce economy works really well, proven now successful by companies such as Chewy. So why did Pets.com, a company once valued at $300 million, fail to survive?
Time.
Most fail to survive due to a lack of time. While many of these dot-com companies had correctly assumed that the internet would connect the entire world and be a major component of the economy, thus making their business model work, most failed to correctly assume how long the time would take to get there. These companies relied on their investors to survive. Once the dot-com boom crashed in 2000, investors couldn't find someone else to buy their shares off of them, causing their valuations to plummet, leaving the companies with little investor money to continue operating.
I'm all out of money!
With tech giants such as Uber, these lessons aren't learned. While the dot-com era all focused on mainly a single catalyst to profitability, the internet, these new tech companies all have grand assumptions of how one day they'll be profitable. Despite Uber doing 6.3 billion trips in 2021, they lose money every year. Usually, the first excuse of a company losing money is that they're in the growth phase and need to run at a loss to capture market share. Once they have, they will raise their prices and promise investors to bring in hefty profits. Well, they've captured that market share and raised costs, but they're still not profitable. They've concluded that under their current business model, they might never be profitable. So what's their solution? They assume in the future, driverless cars will be the norm, and Uber won't have to employ any drivers, thus reducing their costs significantly. That very well might happen, but their assumption of when that will could destroy them. Many of these.
Do you see the constantly moving goalposts that these? Listen, we are operating at like the base level of business in the Black community. These mofos are operating on a whole nother level. That's why we cannot compete with them. Who cares if the Black community doesn't get involved? Because bottom line, they don't even have a community. They are just making up these companies, right? They're just operating at a deficit and just keep begging for money. They get their investment, they launch the app, people use it, they keep operating at a deficit. They're not making no money. They're lying. That's the part. here is the real story: is that the whole thing is a lie.
These new business models only work at scale once they've hit a critical mass of users. They run at a loss to gain customers, and once they hit their target amount of users, they can jack up the prices to become profitable. On paper, it makes a lot of sense, but in practice, it's turned out to be a lot harder than it looks. In the short term, consumers do benefit from cheaper prices, but long term, they could lose, as once these competing companies fail to price match and eventually close their doors, we are left with a monopoly free to choose their own prices.
Monopoly.
Amazon has one of the most evil examples of how running at a loss can catapult your growth to the extreme. By undercutting market prices for all items, customers would go to Amazon instead of regular stores to get the cheapest price. Famously, they destroyed diapers.com by selling diapers so cheap that no one else online could compete, forcing online stores to close shop. Once they did, they can raise the prices to whatever they want, now that they have no competition. Thanks, Bezos. Besides evil intentions of reverse price gouging, there are other legitimate reasons to intentionally not go after profits, especially when trying to expand a company, as it often reduces growth. In fact, some companies such as Facebook in their early days even avoided making revenue in fear that it would make their website less cool.
Settle an argument for us. I say it's time to start making money from the Facebook, but Mark doesn't want to advertise you. Who's right?
Neither of you yet. The Facebook is cool. That's what it's got going for it. Yeah. You don't want to ruin it with ads because ads aren't cool. Exactly. It's like you're throwing the greatest party on campus and someone saying it's got to be over by 11.
And while ads certainly are not cool, in the new wave of Silicon Valley startups, some also avoid revenue, so when they pitch their company to potential investors, they can let their imagination run free to how much the company might be worth. Once you start making profit, if you want to switch back to a growth phase and be unprofitable, that's a really tough sell for investors.
Why would you go after revenue? Because to make money? No. If you show revenue, people will ask how much, and it will never be enough. The company that was the 100Xer, the 1000Xer becomes the 2X dog. But if you have no revenue, you can say you're pre-revenue. You're a potential pure play. It's not about how much you earn. It's about what you're worth. And who's worth the most? Companies that lose money.
These big companies don't play fair. If it was you or me losing money every year, we'd be out on the street begging for money. When these companies do it, their begging is called capital raising, and as long as they can find investors willing to believe in them, they can run forever. Maybe it's time to start fighting back by helping support the little guys, like subscribing to this channel.
Thoughts? Thoughts, guys? Who wants to go first? I mean, or that you guys didn't know this was happening, that all these companies that you believe in, Uber, DoorDash, Lyft, you thought they were billion-dollar companies. No, they're all like operating at a deficit. All these AI companies, ChatGPT. I mean, listen, ChatGPT is, I think, is a true. Hold on, let me see how much Chat is in debt. How much in debt are all of the AI companies? God dang it, I don't know how ChatGPT got control of my damn search. All right, so let's just go there. Here we go. According to a recent estimate, you guys see this? Oh, you can't see it. All right, let me zoom in. Because I think that people, we be going hard on each other, right? According to a recent estimate, debt tied to artificial intelligence, meaning the debt of companies backing AI infrastructure, data centers, cloud, has reached 1.2 trillion in debt. 1.2 trillion. They're not making no money, y'all. They're operating at a deficit. Most of these companies are at a deficit. For 2025 alone, the biggest hyperscaler tech firms heavily invested in AI data center infrastructure. Look, $108 billion in new debt. These companies are operating at a deficit. Our understanding of business is completely off. These companies ain't making money. They're just using venture capital to keep going. They're using investors to like keep their bullshit going. And it's crazy. So to me, that's why I was like, because I know this. I know that everything that's running this company is lying, and you think it's making money. I know it. I'm like, bro, yeah, everything's bullshit. You think that ChatGPT, Uber, Lyft, boom, 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 all these companies, they're not liquid. They're not making money. It's a fake game. It's bullshit. It's smoke and mirrors. Ooh. That's what I'm saying. Is that like when we begin to operate on this level, I'm like, first of all, is to let you guys know. Welcome to reality. Everything you ever known about the internet, Amazon, Walmart, well, not Walmart, because Walmart, I think they are profitable. But I'm saying like all this like tech stuff they're not making no money. They're not making no money, bro. You're on StreamYard, they probably owe milk. They are not making no money. YouTube, Google.
They have yet to turn over a profit.
They're not making no money.
Yeah. That means they're not making any money.
Let's talk about it.
I've heard some things though about how they do it, especially Uber. And this is newspaper reports and speculation because I'm just relaying it. Uber supposedly eavesdrops. Well, they do eavesdrop on riders and politicians as well. Certain high level.
These companies are even about making money. I think it's about like what you say. I think that they're creating all these companies, they're getting funded by the government just to like gather information, collect our data about
mining. That's what I'm
drive, what we do, what we eat, what we like, what we fuck, whatever. And then that's what I think it's really about. It's not even about like being profitable.
Right.
The whole thing
is just like
you collect, and that data equals a dollar amount to the government. Because there's no way that you could like, how can a company exist? Because it has to be like corporate welfare, right? They were talking about
exactly.
Right? He was on the Chaotic Truth thing. They were mad at him because he was taking advantage of the welfare system for his kids, right? And I said, and I was like only focusing on Elon Musk, but I'm like, bro, if you really know the truth, you know that all these things, all these companies in America, they're not paying taxes, and they're not doing none of that. They're not paying taxes. They're not putting nothing into the system that they're taking from every year. Listen, how can you like pull taxes from a company that is at a loss?
So let me name one other one too.
I'll be quiet.
It's a very controversial AI company, Palantir. This company was filled with government contracts, especially in during the Biden administration. They were not turning any profit at all. I would say Palantir survived because Trump came around this time, and all the tech bros are so gung-ho with this administration because no tax breaks or no tax on these companies. That's why they all showed up to kiss the ring. That's where you saw Zuckerberg was all anti-Trump for the longest, and then all of a sudden he's at the dinner table. So I do think there is something to the valuation. These companies are capping. That's all.
I'm just trying to nail down what happens to the stock market every time he says, I'm going to raise a tariff and where. Because there's a system to that. And as soon as I nail it, I'm telling y'all, we gonna be all right.
I'm trying to tell y'all. Why is it so difficult to invest in the Black community? Because we don't even understand what investing really is. That's the answer. We don't understand that these companies are getting investments and they're operating at a deficit constantly. There's never a time where they make any money.
And that DocuSign, I don't know who uses that. Do you?
Hell no. Every once in a while. Yeah. DocuSign. Come on now. And that, the Lord knows how long, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Come on, even freaking Adobe alone, just Adobe,
Yeah.
honey. I have like people like everybody know how to like get the fake Adobe account. Come on, now, bro. These companies,
I bypassed the whole trial free stuff. Yep. Yep. I don't know how to do it.
Now you know why Black business has to be kept in the dark or behind a curtain. Look at farming right now. The average Midwestern, I've had my farm for 5 generations out there crying because they're about to lose their generational farm. They are lying. Those are millionaires out there. They have cattle, they have land. What they don't want to do is sell off any of that cattle or any of that land. So they're going to tell you they're losing money. Do we hear this from any of the Black farmers or cattle ranchers?
They're not crying like that this year.
Exactly, because they've had to hold their own just like any Black business. We have to hold our own, which is why our businesses must be destroyed, because we are holding our own. And when it's all washed, you find out that the Black businesses are worth more than the other so-called businesses, because we actually do turn a profit and have to pay tax on that, where they're acting in a deficit, but they get the corporate welfare to make up for the deficit that's not really there. They don't own anything. They lease and they rent. We own because we have to, because leasing and renting costs too much.
But we teach ourselves, we teach our children, don't own everything. If you want to get a car, buy it outright. Don't get credit. Da da da. All they do is get credit, just go bankrupt, whatever. Let's watch this. Watch this, y'all. I want to really
I'll
go
just be
into
honest, my fathers don't work for the white man. That was it, right? You get education, anything you can take, put it towards your own business, put your own 2 feet on the ground, save you money, get a hustle. He's showing me all these things to do. So it was always in my mind that I had to work for myself. The only way I'm going to come up is to work for myself. So I was never trained to, you're going to get a great education, then you're going to go get a great job, and then you're going to be successful, then you're going to raise a family. Now it's out, go get your own brand, raise your family, give your brand to your family, let them continue that generational wealth. So that's the way I was taught. And that's the way I got to keep it moving.
Okay, so give me rephrase the question
I
that you had specifically.
Basically,
I want you guys to keep in mind, listen to this, and then I want you to keep in mind what I just showed you about how these companies are working at a deficit and how Black entrepreneurs are talking, because this is what the problem is.
What I was saying is Booker T. Washington said that to offset any type of segregation or discrimination or from playing the victim, we need to educate and be entrepreneurs.
Mhm.
Has that experience kind of helped you push through, and have you been able to bring others up because of your entrepreneurship?
Okay, so thank you for that question. I definitely believe that entrepreneurship is freedom.
Yeah.
It's ultimate freedom. I was writing down a thought just yesterday as I was flying through Chicago, that one sign of enslavement is a name change. That when people say that you're something that you're not. So if I was to like go and address the same idea with biblical characters, we could look at Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That was not their name.
Yes.
It was their.
What the fuck are they talking about? What are you talking about? Let me just keep playing it because it's like, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what they're talking about. This is that AKA Boule, Divine Nine stuff.
Yeah, but
The
what the fuck is that? I showed you earlier that what these other companies are doing. What the fuck are they? Listen, this is the reason why we're broke because of this mentality. It's like you guys are talking and they're like really into it, like and like what the. Okay, let me be quiet. I'm gonna just let it play.
Their name that they were given in enslavement. And I can just imagine how they were in a room together and, you know, one of them yelled, "Hey, Shadrach, dude, that is not my name. I'm Toby." you know what I'm saying? And I just feel like we have a responsibility to know who we are.
Yeah.
We have a responsibility to do our due diligence to make our name great. That somebody can walk around and call you a liar. Is that who you are?
Yeah.
That's not who you are. Somebody can walk around and call you a thief. Is that who you are? That's the name that the enslavement has given you, right? And so I think that the only way that we can exercise true freedom is in ownership of our stuff, of ourselves, of our actions, of the things that we create, that we can be makers. I think that this is the time for all hustlers to unite, you know, that we all can make whatever we want to be a part of. We no longer have to sit back and say, "Oh, it's because of what you did to me." Listen, I was molested as a child. So if we want to go back and talk about victimization of the things that people have done to us, we can do that. Or we can rise above it and we can say, well, this is who I am now. This is what I'm going to do. When I started my business, I could not bake, not even out of a box. I didn't have any money. I didn't have any credit. I didn't have any experience in the business. Nobody was going to give me a loan for anything. I was losing the house that the very bakery exists in right now, 11 years later. Because when you
Which
put
one
your
gives her a hug?
this is what I was saying earlier. We can be focused.
Okay, so that is the black people talking.
Which one gives her a hug though? Because she gonna break down. One of them gonna give her a hug though. I swear. He gonna take that blue handkerchief and give it to her.
What the fuck are we talking? What are we talking about? Like, no, like this has nothing to do with money, business. Okay, entrepreneurs in the black. Let's come. Wait, I'm gonna just play a little more. It's all about. This is crazy. But I'm gonna show you the difference. I'm gonna show you a stark difference. Okay, between how we talk and how other people. I'm gonna show you. Okay, let's go.
On what happened for us.
Yeah.
Instead of what has happened to us. I believe that it is that blood running through my veins that had things taken from her. You know, it is that blood running through my veins that said, no, you can't come in here. So it's that blood that is running through my veins that made my great grandfather one of the first to be able to sing where he sang. And those are the things that I'm using today to get me from where I am to where it is that I want to be.
Okay. All right.
Violence.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Investing in the black community. Why is it difficult? Okay. So now I'm going to show a person in Y Combinator in the discussion that they're having. So I want to just give the stark difference, okay? This is the Y Combinator panel. This is an Indian guy. He's not even, he's an Indian. He's not even, sorry guys.
You guys are backed by YC Combinator. How much pressure and external noise is there? And how do you navigate that with your co-founder?
Yeah, we had one of the top accelerators in the world believing in us as people. And it wasn't even our idea. We had, like I said, we had 17 ideas when we applied to Y Combinator. So they were really just believing in us as people. And I think that's what really sets them apart from other accelerators that, we were looking at the time as well. But, from a pressure perspective, I think the best part about YC, Oliver, is their only goal is to make sure you stay alive. They're not putting pressure like, hey, and it's not like I'm getting messages from their team like, hey, why are you guys not growing 20% this year? Like, they're not that type of VC. Their goal is what can they do to make sure you stay alive as long as possible, because they believe in the people and that we will figure it out, whether it takes a year, whether it takes 2 years, whether it takes 5 years. They're investing in the people. So yeah, that's what really sets them apart.
You guys are backed by YC Combinator. How much pressure and external noise is there?
Can you see the difference in the conversation that's happening here?
Clear. Loud and clear.
Of course. We're not supposed to get the keys to the castle. We're supposed to serve in the castle. Stop it.
But don't you also think that our rhetoric, like who gives a fuck with your grandma? Listen, it's okay. All right, so the investment,
400 years, 400 years, my.
That's right.
My great grandma, like who gives a fuck about it? What is the idea? How much is it going to generate, and then what can you do about it? They're not talking about. That's my great grand. See, listen, the legacy of slavery and back into the
no. I think that I probably talk about it all the time. But what we are forgetting is not the fact of what happened all the years ago. It's not like what we can't do now. We got to fill in the gaps. Like, why did that happen? Just like they set up things where we couldn't get no credit. We couldn't buy no stores. They gave them open sesame when people come from other countries. So they assume that we're lazy. They assume that they come here and they are lazy and they could work and what they establish. But they go to a loan office. We go to a loan office. They're gonna get the loan, right? Everybody who come here,
that's
you can
have a mindset. That's a mindset. Cut that out.
It's not a mindset.
They do get that loan. Yes, they do.
Get the loan, bro.
The government have done and continue to do.
Oh my God!
Even
that's
in the houses.
That's the problem. We think that we can't get the loan.
You trying to say none of people wanted houses?
They do get that government
A lot
assistance.
of our people wanted houses, but they wasn't giving it to Black Americans. Even where I'm at, the majority of all Caribbean people have the houses. They wasn't giving it to Black Americans. They was rewarding people for coming. Here's your reward. Here you go. We can't get it. Now, was that then? Yeah, but that's what pushed us back. We got to remember we came here. When we came here, it took us almost 200 years, 300 to get a paycheck. Everybody else, we the only people. Took us 300 years to get a. Everybody else coming off the boat, they come here to work. They get a paycheck as soon as they want to work 200 over years, almost 400 years of work for free. And then we the only people who came here, or only people that's in the United States started from -0. Took us 300 years to pay that debt to get to 0. And that was done by design. That's all I'm saying. So now that we know the design, now we can say, hey, now we're getting these loans. Now we can move forward now. But we're not going to make it seem like, oh, that doesn't happen. It would have been way much faster if they didn't put these certain things to block us. We've been blocked. So it's not like, worries me. Oh, worries me. But these, yeah, -0. These only people here that's -0. -0. We had to pay that debt.
We need to cut that bullshit out.
No, we can't. It's our history.
Man,
Now,
do you know how many
where
black
we go
people?
forward? No, where we go forward is up to us. But we can't. That's our history. We cannot cut it out. But can
No.
we? Yes.
Listen, do you think that Indians had a great history? Have you been to India?
I'm not
That's a
in
shit.
India. I'm in
You
United
know
States.
India looks- No.
India. I'm in United States. And
I
that's
get it.
still- That's
Listen,
the very country.
Listen, India
Oh,
is off, bro. Have you seen it?
India's a shithole.
In the streets. There's no they when they go to boo boo, sometimes certain parts they boo boo. They be walking, hey, I got a shit, boom, stop, slouch down, foul.
Yeah, but that's still their country, their people, right? That's
They eat
their
cow dung.
country
They eat
and
cow dung.
people.
We need to cut that bullshit out.
We need to
Doing
move
over
forward.
here.
Again, I'm gonna say what's the difference of the conversation right now is because some people are not seeing the one ultimate thing. And the one ultimate thing is these people are fleeing to get their dollar. The rupee, the Indian rupee, the Indian dollar is a catastrophe.
And look how many people there.
You know, the Indian folks don't even want to hold their dollar. They're trying to.
Is that you talking about the rupee? They're fleeing, right? But they're coming
They're
over
fleeing. They're fleeing anywhere and everywhere.
When you hear a black entrepreneurial panel, we're talking about slavery and all this other bullshit. Where are we talking about, like, where to get the money?
No,
bro?
but that is the reason.
No.
Can
I go
after y'all get done? Behind. Now we can move forward.
No,
but
that's the problem is that we are
behind. If they could bring one set of people and not another set of people.
This is why we need to delineate. Right?
Hey, well, can I go after y'all get done talking?
In some ways, subways in New York City, do you know only allow the Indian people to have the little newsstands out there? They allow no other group of people.
Child.
Exactly.
Who gives a
We
fuck?
on the East Coast. We know. I'm right.
What you want to
I'm
say?
right here in the 203. I know. So
Go ahead, Al. Go ahead. What you want to say?
I see.
Well, I mean, to the question, like, why is it so hard to fix the black community? And again, I was a person who didn't really like that talk when you talk about, like, well, why y'all bringing up the past? But I think what people don't understand, or what people don't really understand about the black culture, is that the black culture at its beginnings was not meant to stand independently. Like, it wasn't built like that. Like a lot of the things that black people did develop, they were really developed based upon us not being able to integrate or assimilate into the American mainstream. Like, like there is no black church or black business development without white society forcing us to be separate socially. And see, and if you look at when the black people first got their physical slavery, you had the one group of leadership who wanted just to assimilate. They didn't want a separate black culture. They didn't want a separate black anything. And then you had the Booker T. Washingtons and Isaiah Thomas Montgomerys who wanted to develop into a free people. Now, when we talk about building black community, those things were happening. If you look where we started and where black people were 100 years after physical freedom, black people were upwardly mobile and we're building. We're on an upward incline from where they started. If we have a starting point, which is the 1860s, black people were on an upward incline. But the thing about now is because, once you had the social integration, that was about black people as rugged individuals excelling or practicing black excellence in the American mainstream. So that wasn't, those things kind of took, those things weren't about developing community, so to speak. Because when so now when we talk about trying to develop community, well, and it's like, well, for the most part, the culture is more about the good jobs and the freedom. So my individual, talents and skills, and me chasing the American, American dream, but as an individual. So that's why I said that, like, it's like, that's why I said that even though people don't like when I say that, it's like really segregation. That kind of we kind of really needed that a longer period of time to develop community, because community now is like, well, what do you really need a Black community if I can just as my own individual go and excel and build myself up? That's why it's hard to do that, because like I'm in Detroit, and for the most part, like with Detroit, it's like where it's everybody just doing them. Everybody kind of like doing their own individual thing. I mean, we live around each other, but it's not like a community where where the people share and do things together, and we come up. A lot of those things have went down. As we've been integrated. So that's why I said it's like, even though I hate to say this, kind of like I don't know about a community, like what I mean, because it's just about your own, your own individual success. So that's all I wanted to say though.
Yeah, and someone in the question had a comment section asked, is Black culture American culture? Yes.
No.
Yes.
Go ahead, Pony. You said no.
No, it is not. It stands by itself. And the reason I say that is because where America does say that it is equal for every man, we have to remember, according to those founding fathers, we weren't even human. So it wouldn't be American culture, because in American culture, we're still not human.
Excuses. Who's America? Are you not America? When you go outside of America, are you not America? Who's America?
Are you asking me if I hold an American passport?
Who's America?
What do you mean?
I don't understand your question.
America.
I don't. Okay, see, just because you say it again the exact same way, if I said I didn't understand it the first time, I'm not going to understand it the second time. I'm kind of consistent like that.
Okay, so you don't know who America is. I got it.
Can you tell us?
You're America. Step outside this country and find out how quickly you're America.
I thought we know that.
Yeah, you're America. They will remind you of that. To remind you that you are America.
I'm gonna say this, and he's right about that, because you know what? As a DJ,
we need to wake the fuck up on that one. Sorry about that.
When I was a DJ, and I was traveling around the world as a DJ, I was in Manchester, England, and this was right around the time where they were having elections, and they voted Bush back in the office. And honey, the lady said, "No, you vote Bush." It was a Russian restaurant in Manchester. And I was just there hanging out, listening to music, whatever. And I guess, you American, you vote Bush. It wasn't, I'm Black American. It wasn't, I said, I didn't vote for Bush. I'm over here right now. I'm not even here doing the election. The election happened when I was out of country. And it was like, no, you American, you vote Bush. No. I swear to God, this happened to me when I was, like I said, Manchester, when you go
It's
to the
all about exposure.
5 cents to like even use the back. So just so you know, if anybody ever been to Manchester, you want to see if I'm lying. She said she lying. No, I'm not lying. Let me tell you. When
You scraped them for some money that night too,
huh?
DJ? While you were DJing, did you scrape them for some money?
Oh yeah, I got the euro. You know what I'm saying? I got that little euro.
Yeah, I know they.
But you know, even in the club I'm DJing at, right? It was right during the American election, and I guess the polls came back, and it was like, honey, I tried to go get a drink from the thing. They was giving me free drinks on, and then, honey, when that whatever came back, they said, no, you vote Bush. You vote Bush. I'm like, honey, I didn't vote Bush. Like, what the fuck? What? No. Yeah, you're not considered Black American or no. Whatever's going on in America, you go through it over there based on what it is. It's a they don't see us separate from America. They see us as Americans. That's it.
Yeah, Yankee. I'm so sick of that.
That's not my experience.
Everybody else vote Bush?
That is so not my experience.
Okay, well, are you went to China? You went to Asia? Because I was in Europe, so maybe it's different.
Yes, I went to Asia.
Yeah,
I went to
in Europe,
Asia,
so
and
maybe
in Asia, there is a distinct difference between us being American and us being Black. There is a huge distinction. In Jamaica, there is a distinction. In Japan, there is a distinction. Again, it's about exposure. I have never been folded into she's an American. It has always been she is a Black American, she's Black, she's a Native American, but never just American. I have never. And I have been in some interesting.
I don't know. Maybe she was Russian and she just see. I don't know, but she said, "You vote
I've
Bush."
experienced what you're talking about, DJ.
I said,
Dash.
"I didn't vote Bush. You vote Bush. You Americans, you vote Bush, honey. I'm Black. They don't shit.
Nope, they don't care. You could convince them. You could tell them your whole story. What's going on over?
Right.
You American. They're not.
But that's in
wasting
Europe.
our time.
It's different in Japan and China and Asia, honey. In Europe, you American. There's no. The moment they see you, they know that you're American. They know you're not a Black from Africa that's in Europe. That's part of that. They immediately know that you're American, and everything. What applies, let it fly. But the American did this. No, you don't. I don't give you a free drink no more. You vote Bush. That type of shit. Like I was like, damn, I'm DJing and shit. Like, god damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Y'all see how
like damn.
Now she said, I see how the Italians live amongst each other, scam together, support each business, vote for their reputation, and
Honey,
go to each other's. And they're first of all, that's allowed to happen. And they not the first group. Every group that come here do that. Every group that comes here does that. The minute we try to scam, they catch us real quick, right? They catch us individually real quick, and they got a stamp. What they call that lady? She wasn't even the queen, the welfare queen. They take us down real quick. Y'all keep thinking that they don't know who we are. They know who we are. You know, they got your footprint when you was born and all that other stuff, right? They know who you are. They come. And so that's why they're able to get away with all them scams and stuff. The Puerto Ricans have done it, Dominicans do it, and every place you go to Chinatown, we got a town and a section for everywhere. And I seen them, especially the Asian people. I have never, maybe if y'all have, please let me know. I have never seen them in, I don't care who you are. If you ain't Chinese, I've never seen them in a regular supermarket. Maybe things is true. They go to their town, make sure their dollars go to their people. They don't care how long the ride is. I've never seen them in a corner store, never in the supermarket. I've seen them give their money to nobody else but them. But the point of them even having a space that they can call their Somalians ain't doing nothing new. Nothing new.
Nope.
Nothing. And no, they'll speak down on their people. But just come here and do the same thing everybody else will come here and do. Claim it's so bad at home and fly over here. They got a book. They get a book. They already know who's here. We just don't know. They already have a book. What you do, that's what you don't do. You go here, you go there, you say this how you get help. And people can't come here with nothing. So how you get on the plane? You swim? How do you swim?
Yeah. That's the go-to lie.
Right. I came here with nothing. With just $2. What that lady said, with 50 cents in his pocket.
Scamming. Yep.
Only
It's
I came here for 50 cents, right? Okay.
What you just said, as someone who's lifelong East Coast, all right, I can tell you, from the Albanians to everybody, the Greeks,
we got little Italy, right? We got little Italy,
the Polish. I could tell
Spanish
exactly who is
Spanish
who.
Harlem,
We could
right?
tell who's who, right?
Please stop
We could tell who's who too, right? You could tell who's who, right? Essentially.
Government, yeah, but yeah.
No, when they come up as immigrants, you could tell who's who, right? By now. If a Somalian and a guy and a person from Ghana walk past you, you could tell who's who, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm still can't tell
So
a Somali
what I'm
like an
saying, but
Ethiopian.
they all have the same
Handshake
story.
is the same.
They all have the same story. I came over here with nothing, and they're lying. A lot of them were born rich in their country.
Their country standards, not our package.
They were living good compared into their country. A lot of them. A lot of them are just straight out lying that they're refugees and stuff like that. They come over here on that status. Don't get me wrong. But they're capping about their war-torn story stuff. They had houseboys in their house. They had house girls, maids in their stuff.
But that's what majority of the Africans say when they come here. We had like what's king?
But then again, there's a big segment of scammers. They all scammers. And they just like we had some type of green book going down south at one time to stay at what type of hotels not to stay at, which where to eat at. These folks here, they have some type of system as well.
All right, because somebody's like on the thing, like, oh, well, show me where. Okay, so I'm trying to let you know, just so you see, this is me like putting music out overseas. So I don't have the actual flyer for the event in Manchester right now, but I'm showing you right here, Paranoid London. My music was all around the world. This is me signing a contract with a London-based company with my music. So my stuff was as a DJ, I was traveling around with the Belgium, all these different places, and was doing deals in Manchester, England, London, Belgium, this, that, the other, including even Asia. So no, like, listen, I'm trying to let you know, I'm not lying about that. Yeah, I was getting booked and busy at that time. And let me tell you, when you go over there, no, you are American. There's no such thing as I'm African American, I'm separate. No, you are American. So who the people? Well, show me the flyer. Guess what? It's old as like I deleted stuff. Show me this. Like, trust me. I got like, and that was from old as fuck right there. Like that contract. But my music has been all over the world. Okay, my
They
music,
appreciate EDM, all that house techno. They
techno, house music.
you could easily at that time for
but
3 days you could make $100,000, right?
I mean, well, I was only like about 10,000, the most, but out 10,000. I wasn't like at the level of 100,000 yet. You know what I'm saying? But I got pregnant, had a baby, and I like gave up the whole thing to be a mother. But I'm gonna let you know that I was the owner of my own label. I was working with Submerge Records in Detroit, Michigan. Underground Resistance. Shouts out to Mike Banks. Like, no, you're talking to a person that really did it. Was really like traveling. Really had records out overseas. Really went to other countries. Yes. No, you're not like, they don't see you separate. And yes, they were like, yeah, you wrote Bush, whatever like club that was, honey, no, they was not feeling me. And if anybody knows about the UK clubs, you got to put 25, if you don't believe me, you got to put 25 cents into the bathroom to go to the bathroom. Because they don't, whatever, to clean it up. I don't even know what the reason.
Tell me about their roll of napkins.
You put like 25
roll of napkins in the bathroom.
So I know what the hell listen, anybody know about that? All right, boom. Wherever that's at, where you're gonna put 25 cents into the stall, in that area, every bathroom, every club, boom. You don't just get to go to the bathroom. You're gonna put money into there and then go into the stall. That level type stuff, little weird bathroom and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Damn, they're gonna squat over some shit to like piss. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like no even real toilet. Is
you're not in America no more.
Go to Belgium. They and flush the toilet with the water from the bucket type of stuff. So yes, I've been around the world. You know what I'm saying? So please do not like play with me on when I say they said no, you voted Bush and was really mad. No, people was really pissed off at me, like that I did something. Like, bro, it was almost like the soccer game. It was happening. They're watching the election on the TV, like it's a soccer game. Like, no, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole. They not watching the football game. They watching the American U.S. election. And honey, when it came out, it was Bush. They was like, fuck you, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting no more free drinks tonight, bitch. Go on ahead and get the fuck up out of here. You understand? Go on ahead and DJ. Get the fuck out of here. Then they listen to the DJ, they dance, whatever, and honey, it was on, but it was like, fuck you. Like, no, you vote Bush. And I was like, I wasn't even there. I wasn't there when they was voting. So I was here. I'm here at the club. They voting right now. So what? Yeah. So during the Bush, when the second administration, when they voted him twice, that second one, I was in Manchester, England. But no, they was not feeling me. It was but you know what I'm saying? They was kind of mad, like on some like fuck that American bitch. They voted Bush. I don't know why they were so mad though.
You watch your mouth on the panel.
No, that's what they said though. They were
joking.
Listen, I swear to God, they was really mad, bro. And then imagine DJing to a hostile crowd. I had to win them over. They eventually got to dancing and stuff like that, but they was pissed. Like I was like, damn, I'm sorry. Imagine being in just a hostile environment. You trying to get everybody to dance, and you vote Bush.
Y'all so sorry that happened. Let's get back to
you trying to like play some music, some house music. Boom, 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 boom. They like big Bush. They mad dancing. Eventually, I won them over though. It's like, okay, all right, I like her.
So, what country have you never felt racism in?
Play some nice song. Okay, well, I love you. Go ahead, dance.
Is there any safe place for? Is there any safe place for? Is there any safe place for American blacks outside of the United States?
Outside of safe.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to even be mad at London because But now that there's this FBA thing, I don't know. It's like
I don't have nothing to do with the
I ain't
FBA.
tried to travel. I ain't tried to travel recently because you go to London and before FBA, oh okay, hey, you know, oh yeah, you're American little sister. But hell, now shit.
Indonesia,
you Black American.
Indonesia.
I don't even know what the. I'm scared. Listen, I've been I've been on hiatus ever, like on some
Little Blue said Indonesia. What y'all think about that?
Yeah, okay.
She been there recently, so I haven't. Like I said, I haven't been there at all. But if she talking recently, I might have to take her word for it. But I don't know.
How do you know they said I had Indonesian in my blood? I might be able to get along there.
You better look on YouTube. These countries, babe,
I know.
people moving in. But see, one thing too, I think
Is that Bali though?
One thing that I think we forget, unlike other people and other races, I believe we are special, and I believe we are the money, right? We are our just like we are capable of so many things. So people mark us, right? And they take what we just do, what we was born to do, how we are, how we live, how we talk, everything. We are the money. We just never invested in ourselves, right? We are the best. Like, look at Fundi, right? I check out her MrFundi.com. There's a lot, but we don't want to invest in it. But somebody else would see what she would do. Hold on, DJ. Someone else would see what she may do, and they steal everything from us. We don't. Nobody said, "Well, hey, let me invest in our own." Right? We are the money. Even with the athleticism, we are the money. They can't do nothing without us. But they rather look at K-pop. You got K-pop. Look how much money the Asians is making, but that's us. Right?
Yes, it is true.
We don't want to be independent. We want to join the crowd. We want to join them and work for others and give away our intellectual property.
And then the next thing, what happens? We marry out of our wealth. There's a theory. There's a theory that our money, when we get it, maybe up to 3 generations, and then finito, it moves out of our community, outside of our race.
We did the farm.
Well, check this out.
I see a lot of stuff on us regarding.
I want to show you guys.
We the ones taught them how to store the food. We sat up there and figured out how to store the food, how to can the food. That's all.
There's a mistake. I see a lot.
He looking crazy. He eats you.
I want to show you guys, because Africans get like funded too by Y Combinator. And here's the thing. Here we go. Let's go.
A lot of startup founders make regarding applying for Y Combinator. Most of them apply but never take the time to know what Y Combinator is looking for. So I did that research on your behalf. And basically, they're looking for just 2 things. You can establish these 2 things to accept you easy. I'll start with the idea. Apply with them. To them rather. Look at your idea. Is your idea the right time? Does your idea work? Can you prove your idea? How far have you gone with this idea? Can this idea be the next big thing? Can this idea create a new market? Can this idea next big thing? Can it create monopoly? So with that being said, scrutinize your idea very well. Then I'll give you the best thing, the most important thing they're looking for in your startup in the next video. There's a mistake I see.
So you have that already, though. Listen, I don't even know what the hell he just said, but he's giving ideas. I don't know what the fuck he just said.
Right? But
yeah, he said something. I don't know.
My boy, oil farming right there.
But I'm saying, like, why is it why are we, why Combinator? So okay, if you don't know what Y Combinator is,
What do you mean? Yeah.
Combinator is the venture fund that funds the majority of your platforms. Twitter, this, that, the other was started funded by Y Combinator. All right, let's go. I'm giving y'all the game. I'm telling y'all what I need to do. All this like talking about like with slavery, and, but why can another country come into this and be able to like, okay, how do you get like your Y Combinator? How do you
Y Combinator reminds me of PragerU.
How to fund a startup, how to convince investors to invest in your company, and even wrote a great essay about understanding investor herd dynamics. All of this stuff's online. You can see the links below. You should check it out. Years later, just a little bit ago, YC president Jeff Ralston posted a terrific guide to raising a seed round, where he covers everything from start to finish that you need.
See, all this is about investing. So you have an idea, whether it be with a, see, the thing is, what we do is we just start trying to make it happen. But other people, they start a business, they understand investment, and then they like work towards getting investors. Black people do not think about investors. They immediately go towards trying to make it happen themselves, getting some people around them and trying to do the grassroots. Everybody else goes to the investment aspect. That's why they are successful. You cannot run a business without investors. Listen, it's crazy. Me as a software engineer, people come to me and they're like, oh yeah, I got this great idea. It's gonna be the next thing. How much will it be for you to build it, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'll build it, you know what I'm saying? And they're struggling to pay me, but I'm like, bro, like, don't you know that, like, fuck all the, just get an invest, like, just get it to a certain point and get an investor. They will fight me so hard on that. Fight me so hard. I'm like, bro, just get an investor. And guess what? They hold on to their idea. People be so hell bent on holding, oh, it's the best idea ever, and I don't want to give it up. Fuck that. Take it to a certain point, get your money and get out of it and move on to the next. If you have a great idea, guess what? Great ideas come. A lot of people that can have great ideas. People that are idea makers, they have more ideas than just that one idea. Just keep making ideas. Sell it, make your money, go to the next one. That's what people have. They get so bent on that one thing they think is like the best thing in the world. Honey, ideas come a dime a dozen. Everybody got ideas. Let me like go in. Let me just show you guys how it works. Okay, funding, seed funding, fundraising, taking your idea to the next level. Listen, it's not about just holding on to whatever your idea is, getting scared and not wanting to like let people invest in it and have a part of it and like get like some. Let's go. Let me just play this real quick.
And one of the topics that people ask about all the time at YC is fundraising. In fact, it's probably the thing that we get asked about more often than anything else. And the reason for that is because, as Paul Graham wrote years ago, raising money is the second hardest part of starting a startup after making something people want. So let's take a quick tour of all the awesome stuff that YC's put out about fundraising over the years. First, there's the Paul Graham essays. He wrote the Fundraising Survival Guide, how to fund a startup, how to convince investors to invest in your company, and even wrote a great essay about understanding investor herd dynamics. All of this stuff's online. You can see the links below. You should check it out. Years later, just a little bit ago, YC president Jeff Ralston posted a terrific guide to raising a seed round, where he covers everything from start to finish that you need to know, the nitty-gritty on how to raise a seed round. And he gave a great video presentation at Startup School a few years ago where he presented that material. It's on YouTube. You should check it out. It'll tell you how to raise a seed round. Finally, we've posted a lot of tactical guides about specific aspects of fundraising, how to build a seed deck, how to pitch your startup, how to get meetings with investors, and how to raise money online for startups using platforms like AngelList. We've even got something about the different types of investors and their incentives. So if you really want to get specific and drill into stuff, there's content for you that you can find. What I didn't want to do today is just rehash all of that stuff because it's already out there. What I wanted to do instead is talk about some of the misconceptions and myths that we see as YC partners when we work with founders. Founders out there are consuming all sorts of information in the media, and a lot of it is about startup fundraising. And there's some things in there that just are not true that we're going to talk about. The goal of this talk is to catch you up on how fundraising actually works today, and we're going to do that by exploring 7 fundraising myths. And for each one of them, we're going to talk about the myth, the reality behind the myth, and then look at some great YC companies that bust that myth. before we get started, just a little bit more about me. I'm a YC partner, but I've also been on both sides of the table as a founder and an investor. From 2008 to 2014, I was building startups. And the company that I got the most success was Perfect Audience, which was an ad retargeting startup for small businesses. I took Perfect Audience through the YC Summer 11 batch 11 years ago, and we raised $1 million seed round after demo day. I hired a bunch of great people. We grew to $3 million in revenue, and we were acquired in 2014. After that acquisition, I got really into investing in startups. It started with angel investing, where I was writing just a few checks, $5,000, $10,000 into YC companies that I thought sounded really cool at demo day. But I got hooked. The thrill of going and meeting founders, finding out what their deal is, trying to figure out, are they making something people want? Should I invest? Was too much for me. And suddenly I was raising a fund with some friends to scale up and invest in even more YC companies. And so through that fund, I invested in 150 YC companies. And the good news for my backers is that we got into some great companies. You may have heard of a few of them: Deal, OpenSea, Retool, Razorpay. It was really awesome to help those companies raise their first round of funding, and it's been a lot of fun being involved since. Eventually, though, I joined YC as a group partner, and I get to do both sides. I act as a founder, as a fellow peer to the YC founders, and help them figure out how to make something people want, and then use my investor experience to help them figure out how to raise money. So I've got a good view of this. I've been involved in a lot of seed fundraising. So let's get started with these myths. And for the first one I want to talk about is this idea that raising money is glamorous. What's the image in your head that you think of when you think of startup fundraising? For a lot of you, it might be something like this. This is an image of Shark Tank, and it's a television show where entrepreneurs, they dress up, they make a sign, they get a bunch of materials, and they pitch a bunch of investors at once called sharks. And these are a bunch of people of varying levels of investor expertise who hear the pitch, ask a bunch of nosy, kind of pushy questions, and then fire offers at the founder rapid fire. And so if you watch this, you may be thinking, gosh, I've got to put a whole presentation together like this, and I'm going to pitch a bunch of people, and they're going to ask me all these tough questions, and it's going to be this high pressure situation that I've got to figure out. The reality is that fundraising actually looks like this. This is a picture taken in the Creamery, which is a now departed cafe in San Francisco. Notice what's happening here? It's just a bunch of people sitting in chairs, talking quietly amongst themselves, right? It's just a bunch of coffee chats. That's how fundraising actually looks. That's what it actually feels like, is just sitting in a cafe talking to someone. Shark Tank, the pitch competitions, the business plan competitions, they're just for show. They're marketing events for the organizations that put them on. And in fact, a lot of the investors at these things, they don't invest. They're just there to meet other investors and hang out. And even on Shark Tank, I think Mark Cuban recently said that even though he's put $20 million into these companies, he hasn't made a dime yet. He's still in the red. Actual fundraising is just a bunch of meetings on Zoom.
He hasn't made a dime yet. He's still in the red. How long has Shark Tank existed? How many companies do you see get on Shark Tank? He has still not made no money on Shark. Y'all are missing it. Y'all are missing the point. Do you hear me? No, you're missing the point. It's not about
two things to be true at one time. That's sometimes that Jewish people, they circulate their dollar. This is what we have to learn how to circulate our dollars within ourselves. If one person do this, we only buy from that person. We don't give it to other people. Circulate your dollars, then you start growing as a community, right? We only go, just like you mentioned Chinatown, they put their dollars there. That's how you grow as a community. Then once that money get up, then you investing in bigger things. But we gotta first get some legs first, right? We gotta learn how to, before we get out, get these investors. If you get these investors and stuff, that is no longer just your company. And it could also get where if you start doing stocks and stuff, they can vote you out and now take your company. So people don't want to go.
That's the part that you guys get like, yeah, listen, you cannot listen. That's the part, all right, that you guys are missing. Get one good idea, get another good idea. Like, I'm a person that has good ideas all the time. But here's the thing, is that people get so hell-bent on trying to hold on to that one great idea.
It could be many ideas.
Listen, investing in the Black community, why is it so difficult? Because people don't understand what investing really is. I just showed you that he just said that Shark Tank, okay, all those different businesses that Mark Cuban has invested in, he have not made a dime off of. This is not about making money. They probably just invest in it and then write it off at the end of their tax season. This shit is just a bunch of like paper shuffling. But because we don't understand the game, we don't understand how to operate in the game. We're thinking we need to pull our money together to do this, do that, do blah, blah, blah. Man, listen, what Black person do you know is going to invest in something knowing they're not going to make no money?
How?
I can tell you.
Unless they're a billionaire, they know the game. Unless they know the game. Unless they like who's the guy Fubu? The Fubu guy knows the game. He's in there. He's on Shark Tank. But I'm talking about that these investors know they're not gonna. They know that they're not probably gonna make no money off of it. The whole thing is exposure, promoting their whole own stuff as a whatever. Other opportunities come to them, and it makes them more richer. Because even if they don't make listen, you get a bunch of like failing companies all together, and you somehow like invest in that, it'll somehow equal out to something. Because the whole thing is, no, you're missing it. You're missing,
you're missing what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying this is how people build up their community. Right, there's a lot of companies that's already here and now. Do we support them? Do we support the people that's here and now?
Man, listen.
Do we support our peoples? Do we put if I know Pony doing something, I'm gonna send everybody to her. Right? Let's work on what we have. Even you can put in new businesses, work on that too. Right? But if you start, that's why people have their own stores. They do a block by block till they get their own communities. Right? We got to start small, and then we branch.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question. Do you think the Black man and woman in America, who's from America, breathing in this American air, drinking this American water, generation after generation, do you think we are near bankrupt?
No, I don't.
No.
Okay, I was going to be looking. I was about to spaz on somebody. It's going to say yes.
Let me.
We overspend, right? You think we overspend? We overspend on things, correct?
No, I'm not going to say we overspend either. I'm going to say we pacify ourselves. And the only way that we have been safely able to pacify ourselves is through consumerism. But let me say this. Thank you to my channel and my supporters for investing in all of my ideas, all of my kookiness for the past 15 years.
Okay.
My people have stood behind me from the Ledger of Truth to the last garden that we put in for a retirement home. We will. How much money have we given Umar Johnson and have seen no results? The difference between me and Umar is that I actually produce my results. I let people can see my results. I know my people will invest, but when they do, you have to be a good steward to that idea and that investment. See it through, get it done, produce the results. And the next time you have another project, people will be more than willing to help you do so. But are you going to produce the results? If not, well, and most people don't, because they don't even know how to finish the idea. You have good people who are good starters and people who are good finishers, and not everybody is both. But if you're going to be
May
a
I
good
ask-
steward, you have to be both.
May I ask you a question, ma'am?
Sure.
Would you be able to share for the young girl who may look like you here in the
Mhm.
United States,
Mhm.
how she and her companion at an early age can build credit, starting like 20 years old?
I don't recommend that you build credit at 20, and that's just my opinion. My philosophy is you buy earth. And what I mean by that is it's time for you to invest in your gold, your silver, your loose diamonds, your rubies, your sapphires, because when you're young, those prices are down. Collect your earth first. Then in your 30s, since you have earth, now it's very easy to build your credit. But that's just what I told my children to do.
I like that as well. I like that as well. I think they'll like it. I think whoever hears this will pick up on that.
So I'm gonna play the rest of this. So I want to really give people an idea of how funding and getting investment works, because I think that what happens is that us as Black people, we have no idea of what other people are doing and how they are going into these situations, taking their ideas, showing it to investors. Investors are giving people money, and guess what? It's like they already know they're gonna lose. It's almost like they're like, okay, yeah, and if you lose, so what? I want to make that plain. Let's go.
Over and over again while you try to collect checks and convince investors. It's a grind, okay? What you see here is a diagram that was made by an actual YC company called Fresh Paint that shows what an actual round of fundraising looked like for their startup. You see at the top, the company in each one of these circles and squares represents a different investor that they met with. And when the boxes are connected, it's because that investor made an introduction for them. They met with 160 investors and 39 of them said yes, which is a very high conversion rate. But the check range was all over the place. They had people write 5K checks and people write 200K checks, all right? Not everybody was some fancy VC that could write a giant check. And it took them 4 months and 18 days to get through all these meetings and close all these deals. And that was to raise $1.6 million. Fundraising was painful and it was a grind, but it was pretty straightforward. It was just a bunch of conversations. They've written a great blog post. That's where this image comes from that you can check out. You should definitely read it. It's a great example of what it's actually like to raise money. Okay, the next myth I want to talk about is this idea that I need to raise money before I can start working on my startup. All right, we see this a lot with founders. We meet people that have a big idea, which is great. And the next thought they have is, well, gosh, I guess I need to raise money so I can build my big idea. But that's not how the best founders actually think about fundraising. The best founders, they build the first version of the product first, even if it's a simple, almost toy-like version of it. And then they go get some users for it. And then, only then, when they see that people are starting to use it and maybe there's some value being created, do they start thinking about raising money. And the reason for this is that it's cheaper than ever to build a prototype of a product, to build a first version, okay? It's cheaper than ever to host a website and build software. It gets easier and easier and easier every year. And also, it's easier than ever to find potential users. You can get users on platforms like Product Hunt, on Hacker News. You can find users on social media, Twitter, LinkedIn. Everybody's on the internet today. And you can use that to find early people to try out your product. And when you do this, when you've got a little bit of product, just a little bit, and a few users for it, it immediately gives you a great deal of leverage. All right, you've gone from that person waving the pitch deck around, trying to figure out how to find $20 million to someone whose startup is in motion. And investors want to jump on trains that are in motion. Here's an example. Solugen is a YC company from the Winter 17 batch, and they are a chemical manufacturing startup. They literally make chemicals and sell them. As you can imagine, that is a capital-intensive business. It requires a lot of money to build a facility that can make chemicals and sell them at scale. And a certain type of founder that had this idea would then make a pitch deck and go around telling investors, I need $10 million, I need $20 million to build the manufacturing plant to make these chemicals. The Solugen folks chose a different path, which is first, they built a tiny version of their reactor that fit on a desk, but it worked. Next, they built a slightly larger version of that could actually make enough hydrogen peroxide to sell. And they took that to YC when they applied for the Winter 17 batch. And during the batch, they started making enough hydrogen peroxide using this slightly larger version of the machine that they could go and sell it to first customers. Turned out that hot tub supply stores needed hydrogen peroxide to sell to people that had hot tubs. And so they were making $10,000 a month selling hydrogen peroxide to hot tub supply stores. Not a ton of money. But let's step back for a second. If you were an investor and you were trying to invest in a chemical manufacturing company, who would you back? The person with the pitch deck asking for $20 million, or the people that have built a first version of this, even if it's small and making small amounts of the product and selling it to hot tub supply stores, which is hardly a huge business, but it's something. Well, investors clearly want the second. Solugen was able to raise $4 million to get started on their company because they'd already made some progress. And today, they've since raised $400 million, and they've scaled this up to having a full manufacturing plant. Let's talk about our next myth. It's this idea that my startup needs to be impressive to raise money. I've got to impress people with my startup, but my startup's not very impressive. So how can I ever do this? Well, the reality is you don't need to impress investors. You need to convince them. And that's a slightly different thing. See, most startups seem terrible at first. And in fact, the best startups seem the most terrible at first. So let's take Airbnb. What was it? It was a marketplace for renting an air mattress on someone's floor. Terrible idea. DoorDash, food delivery for the suburbs, where it takes longer to get everywhere and no one's ever started a delivery company before. Terrible idea. OpenSea, a marketplace for selling collectibles that only exist on your computer and can only be paid for with magical internet money. What? But investors get this. They know that your startup is going to sound unimpressive early on. Investors are pretty smart. They get it. And in fact, they get bored when founders try to impress them. Okay, really try to win them over and sell to them. It bores them. About 11 years ago when I did YC, I had a chance to have a 5-minute meeting with Michael Moritz, who at the time was a partner at Sequoia Capital, is a legendary VC. And I was so excited for this meeting. I made a fancy deck. I practiced all these lines I was going to use on him to impress him and get him to invest in my startup. And I sat down with him and I opened my laptop to get the slides out. And he stopped me and just said, I prefer to just talk about the business you're building. And I was completely disarmed because I wasn't ready for that. I was ready to impress him, not to try to just talk about the business that I was building. And we see this similar thinking with a lot of founders at YC, where they come to us, they don't explicitly ask us this, but they more or less say, Brad, what are the magic words I need to say to make investors want to invest in my startup? And the reality is that it's not about magic words. It's about making something people want, right? That YC credo. It's about making a product, getting it into users' hands, and creating some value for them. And then just explaining how there's a 1% chance, even just a 1% chance, that it can get huge, and using plain, simple language to do it. That's how you convince investors, okay? If investors aren't investing, it's not because you didn't say the magic words. It's because your startup isn't good enough, and you need to make your startup better. And so have these conversations. You make your startup better, and you just explain it to people and talk about it like a human, and do it over and over and over again. Because again, startup fundraising is a grind. Here's an example of a company that did a great job convincing investors when they met with them. This is Retool. And Retool makes software for building internal tools. It's a great company. They raised their seed round. You see the founder, David, one of the CEO and co-founder, by just meeting a bunch of investors in coffee shops in San Francisco. I was lucky enough to meet with David, and he had no deck. Instead, he just opened his laptop and showed me the software on his computer. And he used that early kind of crude version of Retool to make a crude but simple internal tool, a little web app in minutes. And then he talked about why his early customers really liked it and were getting some value from it. And just seeing this, seeing him show me the product and talk about what his customers were making of it, put in my head this idea that a lot of companies probably are going to need this. I was convinced. He didn't impress me. He didn't try to wow me. He just showed me and talked in a reasonable way about what he was doing. And that convinced me. I wrote a check. And today that company is at a $4 billion valuation. Wasn't it?
I'm trying to show y'all. Y'all don't want to listen to me. Y'all want to hear me out. You're not trying to listen to me. You're not trying to hear me. But it's okay. So what do y'all think?
I'm trying to hear you.
What are we missing? Okay, what is it that
you
we are missing?
You said, okay, oh my God, I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing fucking brains. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to show people that if you have an idea, you can go to an investor and have people invest with little to no, like just anything, just enough to
own those businesses afterwards.
Money, and the next thing you know, your valuation is even higher than what you ever could think of. People be having great ideas, bro. As a software engineer, do you know how many ideas I hear? Do you know how many people come to me wonderful ideas, and I'm like, oh, okay, just build the basics of it, and then show it to an investor, and then they will help you to it becomes so like the part of it is that people get like so hell bent on owning it and whatever. Who cares? Like get the investment. Your company, you see, it starts off, it was worth nothing. Then 4 million, then 400 million.
DJ,
$1 billion, whatever.
You can't tell people they're so interested in ownership. That's your legacy. Ownership is your legacy. Look at Carol's daughter.
I have a company that's worth nothing.
Look at Carol's daughter, right? The minute she got investors and stuff, the company no longer belonged to her.
How much did she sell it?
Huh?
Let me see.
We the only people that don't have something that ours. It's like even though you could get investors and everything else, what you can do. This is one route to go, right? You could go any route you want to go. This is one route to go. So nothing is wrong here. But you can't say this is what we should do. That's what some people should do. But some people, especially for their legacy, sometimes you want to pass that down to your children, your children's children, right? We don't have nothing. We sold off everything that has our name on it. Everything, we don't have nothing. Of course, so what? You may not be the billionaire, but at least it's yours. Even when we have record companies, we don't have that no more. We have nothing that's going to acquire like fine wine. Let it grow where you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the minute that's how some people feel. Remember, that's another way to go. You could go any way you choose. There is no right or wrong way how you want to do your business, right? So if somebody wants to get investors, that's okay. If somebody want to take the slow route where they can keep their ownership, that's good too.
So Carol's daughter had a $24 million net sales. They sold for $70 million. What are you talking about? Like,
but it doesn't belong to her. Okay, you got the money, but it doesn't belong to her anymore. No, some people want it to be theirs. So maybe they don't want the $70 million. They still eating. They're eating lovely. They're eating lovely.
I completely understand.
Hey, Moose's Beach. What happened?
Go ahead, sis. We can't hear you, fool.
Genesis, I completely understand what you're saying. I'm actually telling you that I used this model to further not just one aspect of my business, but a few of them off the back of old Nature Boy.
Right.
Did that. I still pay dividends every year to 5 of my investors, and I got them at that time. Again, shout out to the investors of Blitch's Brew. But where I might not sell the product per se, I do sell my services in knowing how to make my product. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I agree.
My investors initially brought all of my equipment on credit. I paid off that debt in less than a year and then owned the equipment, dropped the price of my product so that those that helped invest could get that savings that they have now helped me to obtain by now owning instead of having to rent. But it is because of them that I was able to rent first, then own. but nobody knew that because, you know, I'm anal, that I would pay it off in a year.
Right. And let me tell you something. Listen, this is not, I didn't know that. So I'm glad that you said that you're agreeing with what I'm saying is that people have the problem like I'm having with the Black community is that they don't understand how investment fuels success. You know, a lot of times, people they be so hell bent on their idea, they're afraid when people say, "Hey, I got $1 million, I got this, I'm gonna help you with your thing," and then they shy away from that because it's like, no, I want to own the whole thing. It's like, dude, like, stop it. Any company that is worth its weight in gold that advances on has investors. We can't hold on to our little idea like it's the last idea we're ever gonna have.
Don't you be calling my ideas little, Missy.
No, I'm just saying, like, no, I'm saying that- you get what I'm saying. Like, it's the only thing that I could ever ever gonna think of. You're gonna think of other ideas. So you cannot be afraid of getting investors that's going to say, okay, well, give me this amount, I'm gonna give you this money. Go on ahead. Like, go on ahead, get investors. Get people to invest in your idea. Investing in the Black community. Why is it difficult? Why? Because when a person have an idea, they get so scared. No, I don't want to and then meanwhile, if someone else thinks of it. That's what really happens is that, you know, Blitch's Brew, thank God you were able to actually take advantage of investors. But a lot of time, Black people, when they have an idea, they think someone's going to steal my idea. You ain't, no, I'm going to hold on to it. And then that's why we broke, bro, because we're afraid to just go ahead, let that go a little bit. Let someone invest in it so it can take off. So it can get wings. And do you understand as a web developer, you know how frustrating it could get to know that all you gotta do is to tell the person, listen, you need an investor. You need investors. You have a great idea. Just get to the certain point and now go to an investor and then take it to the next level because that's a great idea. But to go to the next level, you're going to have investors to make it really sound. I deal with this with the Black community all the time. It's so frustrating because I'm like, bro, you're not going to be able to pay for this off of your little salary, whatever you're doing, trying to make this happen. Go ahead. Well, I don't want no one to take it. Well, I had an offer. I didn't take it. Why? Someone said they were willing to help you to make it happen. Why? Why are we so it's the last idea we're ever gonna have in life? I'm telling you, is that you know what? Even with my situation, right? With my situation, you know, I didn't have investors. I had someone buy me all the way out, right? Took the software, whatever. I can't do the, I can't do the whole what's cooking again, you know. But I will say this, is that I'm not mad at it. I learned something from that. I learned how that works. I probably would have just got an investor and just worked with that before I would have did what I did and just sell it outright. That's one lesson I learned in business, that, you know, you don't want to sell it outright and just give it all up and just totally, just abandon the idea, because when they become billionaires, God damn it, that was my idea. But I would say this is that if you do it the investment route and slowly grow, it's better. You know, you can see your whole thing get to a certain point. You'll be still there, a part of the whole process, and you don't have to just give up on your investment because you ran out of money. I see so many businesses, Black businesses, run out of money. They have a great idea, but they don't. They run out of money. They run out of steam. But if they just had that little push, it could have just went so much further. And I see it every day. So I'm really over here in my capacity as a web developer and a software engineer. I come across so many people come to me, hey, build this out. All right, build it. And then I don't know what happens after that. It's like almost like they become like they just hoard the whole thing. It never grows wings. We have to get past this idea that our idea is the only it's like the next thing to sliced bread. Fuck that. Like just let the idea fly, take the investment, go on ahead and let it fly. And that's the difference between what you see in Y Combinator from a lot of Black companies versus other companies. I believe that there are venture capitalists willing to invest in Black companies, but we get so beholden to our own ideas that we don't want to let them go. And that's what I see. So go ahead. Anyone has anything to say?
And Blitch's Brew is still accepting investors.
What's your thoughts? Go ahead, Shirley.
Nah, we didn't hear from him. The one laying on the couch. What's his name?
Morris, AI Morris, Al Morris. Is it AI Morris? Look, listen, I got my you know what? My glasses are fucked up, bro. I gotta figure out my.
Is he still here?
I don't know.
Like I said, you could go either way you want, right? Because it's your intellectual property, right? Look how people invested in an intellectual property. Now they gotta wait they have to wait 30 years get their money back, right? To finally earn money off their intellectual property, right? They wouldn't have been known if somebody didn't invest in them, but they got jerked in the long run. And then if you could find ways, said with the grassroots and the fundraising, you could try it that way too. That I'm all for that, because you have to do that, do like little fundraisings, find ways to fundraise. But again, I would, how I seen things done over, and I would like to, knowing that we don't have nothing, I would like to keep, I don't care how small it is, I don't have to be big. I'm gonna eat and let the business grow organically, right?
I'm gonna say this real quick. There was a time where startups was almost like the hip hop. Remember, like hip hop was really like live, and you had people like signing artists and putting out music and this, that, the other, and you had these major record labels. That is what the VC funds were at one point. So now I don't know what's happening. I don't think it's like as heavy now. What's happening now is AI, and I'm gonna give you guys a clue.
A lot of people now
listen. Hold on, I'm gonna give you a clue.
Where you want to be, right? It depends on where you want to be. Some people, companies,
Yeah,
it's a word of mouth, right? Some companies are word of mouth.
Right.
DJ Genesis.
And
You
build as you go.
have a specific technique on how you want to do your business.
No,
and
not my
how.
business. I'm trying to tell you is that my business.
No, I'm not finished.
No, my business is building things for other people. My business is to take your idea and make it happen. That's what my business is. My business
Great.
So I'm trying to tell people my business
great.
is that if you have an idea, I make it happen. But hold on, let me make this plain. So this venture capital thing at one point was like the hip hop community. You had venture capitalists coming in. Oh, you have a good idea or whatever. They was doing all type of like
360 deals,
startup things, and it was going on like that, like startup accelerators and this, that, the other. So now we're in a new time. So now there's AI. You have all these things like vibe coding, where you could like take your idea and immediately like make it happen. So things are about to change, but I'm trying to like put you guys on game that you can like make your idea happen way quicker than it used to be. You The other thing with vibe coding is that you're only going to get like 90% of the way because AI lies. AI is a liar. It will make you feel like you have something you don't have. It'll make your app is like really good. It's not. You're gonna eventually have to like put your money into a real developer. Once you get your idea out of your mind to the vibe code, you're gonna have to eventually like hire a developer. That's where investment capital comes in. All right. So listen to me. I'm giving you.
No, I wasn't finished yet though.
All right. I'm be quiet. Go ahead.
It's just this. You found your way, and I agree. That is a direction. That is a pathway. However, there are multiple streams of revenue. Once ecosystem can develop a slow drip, you're into creating something and selling it. You're into hearing someone's ideas and you can develop it and sell it to them. I got you, but there are multiple streams of revenue for business. Multiple. We're covering a few of them. Me, when I spoke about Punxsutawney Phil, Groundhog's Day, and the coffee, hey, I spoke about what my inhibitions would be. I want cash revenue or a credit line where I'm not paying back it's not costing me a dime to do any of this. Especially with the coffee, the equipment, the trucks. I want free credit line. I make back the money. Hey, something of that nature, but I'm not trying to give anybody money back that I borrow. I said an idea that I had not put into action. Someone can easily figure out, hey, well, I'm just gonna go about getting a loan or something or whatever. I'm just gonna do what this person just said and put it into practice. There's ways of developing cash. That's all I have to say.
Right. So what I'm saying is the next generation, the next wave, okay, is AI. Okay, just period. So if you can use vibe coding to create your initial idea, get it to MVP, that works. Take that to an investor and say, okay, this is my initial idea. This is the beginning. And then say, okay, now I need to get in, because what's going to happen is, because I'm telling you the game, this is it. I'm telling, listen, anyone that is serious about, if they have an app idea or any idea that they can think of, I'm telling you how the game works. What happens is you do vibe coding. You bring your idea to a certain point. After that point, that you're going to reach a point where it's like, what's going on, and it's going to cost you some money, because the AI will lie. It'll like make the thing mess up and all type of stuff, but you do it just enough to get to the point to make your idea at least something you can show to someone that has money that will say, oh, I see what you're trying to do. So once you get to that point, that's called an MVP, a most viable product. Just get the basics of what your ideal is. Get an MVP. Show that to an investor. And that's all that this video is saying, right?
Exactly. Well, people
you don't need to flesh the whole thing out, make everything perfect. You don't need to do this is what these people, the white people, have been doing for years. Before AI existed. Before AI existed, this is what Facebook, before it became Facebook as it was just some bullshit. It was like a message board, whatever, for college students. They got like $1 million off a message board that was they had enough college students that made them people say like, oh, well, you know, that makes good sense. Whatever, ooh, I'm gonna give you some extra money to like invest in that. And that's what he's trying to say on this video is that if you have users and that people using it and then they're like using it on a regular basis, someone's gonna find value in that.
Even if they find
We have
it,
we haven't been doing this.
that is true, but we
Financial
also
altruism.
before you even get to that step, right? You have to start off small so your work can speak. You can't go on none of these places unless you are ready. You can't say this is my idea unless you got to show, hey, this is how much I sold. This is how much some. But besides that, you have to know how to sell. You got to have the gift of gab. A lot of people come in there. Some people may come in there with something just as good as yours. Yours might be the best. If you don't sell it, you're not gonna even get the investment.
I mean, the more people that have the same idea as you, the better. Let me tell you why.
No, you have to. It's not even the idea. How do you sell it?
You don't
How do
understand.
you go to these people, right? How do you present?
There are multiple ways.
I don't care which way you do it.
Yeah, listen, Sugar Love.
You still have to know how to sell it. You gotta have the gift of gab.
Sugar Love, listen to me. Sugar Love. McDonald's, Burger King, and Whataburger.
You gotta be able to sell
White Castle, Whataburger, McDonald's, Burger King, what do they sell? Checkers, In-N-Out. What do they sell? Hamburgers. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. All you gotta do is make a different way of the wheel, and then
you're right. I'm just
all it takes is to like actually create something that people are buying and then give it to an investor. And
that's what I'm
trying
saying.
to show you right here when
You
he's
take your
you're not
idea.
listening to what he's saying. Listen
Take
to
your idea.
But you don't have to always take your
investment.
ideas to people.
You just can't give them your ideas.
Right.
You
That's
have
your
to
way
show
to
them
do this.
something, and then you have to know how to sell it to them. So you still have to learn how to sell it to regular people first, right? Your work have to speak for itself where they can't even deny it. So even if you make
AI is not
burgers,
taking over
you need
plumbing.
people
It's
to have
not
already
taking
bought
over
the
a lot of
burgers
stuff.
that you have. Word of mouth does play a big part. If you can't sell it in the small realm, how you gonna sell it in the big realm? So you gotta come there with, I sold these many I sold this much a week. I sold this much in a month. How long you been there? How long you been selling? What makes your burger different? Even though it could be the same burger, what makes yours different? Right? What makes mine different is that you add why it's so good that these many people come and buy it, because you gotta let them, they have to think in their mind, oh wow, this thing is selling. Even if you're making beauty products, ain't every daggone body's coming out with a hairline, face line. It's the same old products, just with different names, right? But how do you get it to sell? That'll be part of how you're going to sell to investors. How do you sell to the little people, right? Just like Mary Kay back in the days, right? They used to go door to door to door, right? They give you the free facial and all that other good stuff. That's how Avon was the same thing. Here's the free little stuff, Here, take this little thing, smell that. They just give you like the little packages or whatever. So then when they wanted to go to the investors or something, they have something to talk about. That's all I'm saying. If you want to go that way,
here's the thing.
they'll have to.
It's a law. Listen, the one thing is the law of repetition. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to make the wheel just slightly different. You don't have to reinvent the whole thing. Just like my wheel has chairs on it. Bottom line is that how many times can you make the same hamburger over and over again? All right, okay. Sesame Street bun is the Whopper. All right. 2 all beef patties, special soft lettuce, cheese, pickles on the onions on the Sesame Street bun. That is a Whopper. McDonald's has the Big Mac.
I'm gonna
When
stop.
they have the same thing when they like put the McDonald's sauce on it. Then you have like the, so bottom line, it's just different ways to make the same damn thing. No one, it's a fucking hamburger, bro.
You're saying we're both saying the same thing, right?
Right, we are saying the same thing. So
you gotta tell your investors, but where's the proof to what you're saying? That's what I'm saying. You gotta have some proof.
The proof is that you know what, a McDonald's can open up right in front of a fucking Burger King and still make money. What I'm trying to explain to you is that it doesn't even matter because, like, these companies,
It does matter. Can I come to you and say, "Hey, I don't know," but we just.
What are you arguing? What are we arguing about?
We ain't arguing nothing. I just thought it was just.
We about to delineate. We're gonna come into some money with this delineation.
No, that's another whole show, right? I'm just saying more to do. I'm just how you said we building. I'm just building. I'm not just.
Oh, okay. So you're adding on to what I'm saying.
Hey, that's what I said. I said, and addition.
Sorry, my bad. Maybe I thought that you were arguing with them. Saying you're.
No, I'm not gonna argue with nobody. We're building, right?
Yes. Okay.
You never know who's listening. They may could grab from anywhere. That's what I'm doing. We're building. I'm just saying.
I need you to develop a code. I need you to develop a code, DJ Genesis, to get rid of cystic fibrosis in women.
I don't know. Yeah.
See, okay, you don't got that in you, all right? All y'all in the sisterhood. Do that. Don't wait for them.
Right. So I would say this.
Right.
I did like a whole thing about
quiet now. Quiet now.
Listen, hold on. I did a whole fibromyalgia thing on my channel now. I did a cystic fibrosis song, but I did a fibromyalgia. You know what I'm saying? So let's not like pretend like I ain't doing things for the community. The people hurt. You know what I'm saying? I can play that right now. Okay.
I have done think tanks. I have done think tanks on sugar, salt, water, the female reproductive system, Tai Chi philosophy, how mind, feeling, and body all connect to one another. So when you throw that out there as a gotcha, I have a whole book that explains female reproduction and herbal medicinal remedies that has been available for over 25 years. Not a gotcha. I've built my business on the betterment of females and their bodies and the preservation of.
I wouldn't be the one to build the book. I'll be the one to build the website for the book. You know, I know my place. I'm not going to try to make that book.
Healthcare is lucrative.
Right. I believe in you. I believe what you said. And all this, I know that, this is not, I want to be sure and be clear. I'm not trying to, I want to help. Everything I'm doing here is only to help. I'm not trying to be like, minimizing anything. I'm like, bro, well, guess what? If you have this thing, check this out. This is how they're getting their money. The spook who sat by the door, I'm bringing the information back to the community of the spook who sat by the door. Like, okay, this is how they're doing it, y'all. This is what they're doing. Y'all listening.
Here's another thing. We're as a society in America, we are not geared to cure. We are geared to symptom. What I mean by that is people don't want a cure. They want to mask the symptom. And our medical facilities actually promote that. They don't promote cure, they promote the masking of symptom because the illness is lucrative. Nobody, and that includes Dr. Sebi, would be successful in America with a cure. You will be run the hell out of this country faster than a PDO aisle. Know that.
You heard that his son is actually got captured and got and people getting raped wherever he's at right now. Do you know that?
I'm sorry to hear that. That's disgusting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, his son got captured by ICE, and wherever he's at right now, people are getting they're getting hurt real bad. Yeah, it's really messed up.
So that's Honduras. He wasn't in Honduras.
No,
They found him in the United States.
Yeah, and he just got he got captured by ICE, and so right now he is in an ICE facility, and people are getting really hurt really bad. So yeah.
Leon, I miss the think tanks too. They were really going somewhere, but when participation fell off, I can't pull off a think tank by myself. That's not kind of not how it works.
Honey, I had a think tank too. Trust me, that think tank. Trust me, people be coming at first, and I had people had come up with some really great ideas, and I was like, but my think tank ended because we had the ideas, but we didn't have the money. It's like everybody broke. It's the broke think tank. the broke think tank. Nobody got money to make it happen. We have some great thing. I mean, we were doing all type of just coming up with ideas. It was cool though to come together and brainstorm and child.
The think tanks that we had were phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal. We had nurses, we had educators, we had I'm almost certain we had an FBI agent on the panel, but I ain't gonna bust nobody out, but I'm pretty sure we had one. And not that she was hiding, it was just the information that she was bringing. I'm like, where do you work? But never mind all that. But we had some good think tanks. Oh, and the one on salt. Oh, the think tank on salt and oils, vegetable oils versus canola oils versus seed oils versus tallows. Oh my God. So yeah, we've addressed it.
I miss Dr. Lali Africa. He was he was impressive.
So, all right, I'm gonna show y'all this real quick because I don't know. People saying they didn't know about this, so let me just go ahead and play it. All right, let's go.
We got some unfortunate, devastating news occurring right now in real time. No sooner did we celebrate Dr. Sebi's solar return did I get word by way of Mr. G that Victor Bowman, his son, is being detained by ICE in McAllen, Texas, as we speak. The specifics are posted on my page as well as in my story. You can also find it on Mr. G's page as well. In regards to what you can do, I would say just spread the word. This is what social media is for, so that anybody and everybody who might have connections or the knowledge of whatever can be done to help him can mobilize and do such. I'm just here to spread the word because last time with Dr. Sebi, most of us did not know before it was too late. We do not want history to repeat itself. Peace. Peace to the family. We got some unfortunate.
Yeah, so apparently they're saying that there's something. Hold on, let me go to the page right here. That something really weird is going on to where they're attacking. Let me find. They're let me see. All right, here we go. All right. So let me see. Mr. G family just got off a 3-way call with Dr. Sabi's son, Victor Bowman, and this is serious. Victor is currently being held at McAllen Immigration Detention Center in Texas and has been there for 10 days. On this call, Victor told me that he's been beaten and that one of his African brothers in there was actually assaulted. He asked me personally to record this call and bring the situation to the public. So that's what I'm doing. I know Victor gets into arguments. He gets back and forth online. He's beef with people. He's young. He still is learning. But whatever disagreements people have with him, this is not the time for to hold that against him. Right now, a young Black man is in danger and he needs help. He couldn't save his father, the great Dr. Sebi, because he died inside a jail. We cannot allow his son to face the same fate. I'm asking anyone with connections, legal help, media contacts, immigrant, whatever, to act immediately. McAllen, Texas, McAllen Immigration Detention Center. If you can help or know someone who can, please reach out ASAP. So this is the type of stuff, right? So let's go into this, right? So we will have some people to say, you know what, he's an immigrant. So, he's not an FBA. So is this a time where we say for this person that, you know what, that's not a part of our lineage, and let's just let him like go through it, or like where does the FBA like? And we say, okay, pan out all this stuff. We don't care. Is this cool? Are we all right with this? Are we gonna say, he deserves whatever and just let it go, or what do we do in this situation?
Not sure why he was here. It's unfortunate that he got caught up in a roundup, but I voted for this. And hey, let him cut him loose into Honduras where he needs to be.
He's in McAllen, Texas. He's not in Honduras.
Cut him loose back into Honduras.
Into the woods? Like just let him into the woods and cut him loose? Like a
where his homeland is from, yes.
So this is the part that I want to talk about, like this whole mindset of just cut them loose. Because like what's happening is they're not cutting them loose in Honduras. They are deporting them also to African countries all over the world. Like they're not just like saying, oh, you're from here, let me take you here. They are taking you somewhere else that you have no idea where you're at, and very atrocious things are happening. So so is it like that? So is it the ideology in FBA that is what it is? Like I'm trying to understand, like where
this is war out here. And I want to give a friendly reminder for people who are Pan-African up, and this is no disrespect. This is a friendly reminder. Under President Trump's first administration, he had mentioned he wanted to extradite Assata Shakur. He failed. Under the second administration, this one, he mentioned her multiple times that he wanted her back here extradited. She returned to the essence of life. Rest in peace. Since he failed on those attempts, I am telling you, as someone who studies behavior, Pan-Africans, because she transitioned into a Pan-African. You are next. Without a doubt, drop your flags immediately.
What?
Okay, y'all got the memo.
No, I really meant that.
Pan-Africans are next on the list. Y'all gonna be BEI 2.0 on steroids.
How?
Okay.
No. See, no. Here's the thing. Here is where
He was so gun
my
ho on
mama.
her.
Here is where my mama taught me when to listen and what to listen to. There are particular things that if people cannot answer, we should stop listening quickly. And here are those things. Here are those things. Hold on, because I'm on my live too, and I teach on my live, and this is a teachable moment. Here are those simple things that if people cannot answer, it is either propaganda or a con. And here are those simple things: who, what, when, where, why, and how. Those are very simple things, and they also give you reality. If those things cannot be answered simply, then you should just stop listening.
I'm ready. I'm ready for the eight ways of interrogation, eight questions of interrogation. Ready. I'm prepared. Media train.
And if
Let's
you
go.
believe that
Let's go.
it's an interrogation, then again,
Let's
no
go.
need for me to listen at
Let's go.
all. Because as an
How? Ask me
adult,
how? Why? Anyone?
as an
Let's go.
adult who can discern her reality, these are the things that realistic stuff is based on. Who, what, when, where, how, and why.
8 forms of interrogation questions. I'm ready. Let's go.
Are we going to talk about black business? Because that's what we were here for.
You asked me a question, so what you want to ask about the Sada thing and the Pan-African connection? I mean, what you want to ask me? Could, should, how, what you want to do?
She already said when we're in line, answer the question. Who, when we're in line.
I'm ready to answer the question. What is your question?
Who, what, when we're, that's the question. Who is going to, what is going to happen? When is it going to happen? Where is it going to happen? And why?
The Trump administration is going to pursue Pan-Africanists.
How?
How? Your social media, your cookies.
Why?
Because y'all are anti-American, quote unquote.
Oh God, when?
Dual allegiance. Next one.
When?
2026.
How?
You already asked how. I will answer
No,
it again.
because you still didn't answer.
I did answer it. Social media, they're going to be, they already tracked y'all with the cookies. Cookies is a term, cyber cookies. They're tracking you. What you follow, what you subscribe to, anti-American stuff.
Boy, go on some fucking where with this bullshit. Gone. Gone. Because this is the same reason that some of y'all, the leopard is eating some of y'all's goddamn faces now.
It was just a warning.
Well, it's the fear mongering. Don't you know 400 years of fear mongering any generation? It comes to a halt at some point. The biological markers can't take it anymore. There's not a fear that you can give me. Not one. Where they gonna send me? Where? If they could, they would have already. The 14th Amendment, per your president, was written directly for us. We're anti-American what? Excuse me. We are FDA motherfucking product, yo.
Y'all gonna be dropping your flags, I guarantee
If they
you.
were gonna send us somewhere, they would have. They have sent the Asians somewhere. They sent the Haitians somewhere. They about to send the motherfucking Somalis somewhere. They can't send us nowhere. This is our motherfucking land. You and Lucifer that's on your profile right there, who's locked up right there in New York Harbor, surrounded by water on that star. We are POWs on our own land. We've been fricasseed, we've been boiled in oil, our children have been taken from us, our land, our name, our God. What the fuck else can you do? You can't exterminate us. Too many people are watching. Big Brother is always watching, right? But be damned, we can go to South Africa and tell them they're morally bankrupt because of apartheid, but come right back home and do that same shit. And you sit here amongst black women and you gonna tell us we going somewhere? Suck our collective dicks.
I never told you that you're going somewhere. I said they're going to be pursuing and targeting Pan-Africans next.
We're not Pan-African, but they was trying to say that, but
Alien Sedition Act will be.
Yeah, but to go back to what she said, because if we got to go back, then everybody got to go back, because this ain't nobody land.
I didn't say we're going to go back. Someone's going to go back.
Huh?
Pan-Africans are going to be pursued and targeted.
We're not Pan-African.
I'm not. Definitely not.
Listen, I would say this, is that what is the difference between a Pan-African and an FBA? A lineage? Well,
it's not about, I have people right now. So Dr. Sebi, what you just spoke on, and you showed the video of his son, I just wanted to give a friendly reminder that the turn up is going to be ferocious in 2026, pursuing Pan-African. I explained already with Joanne Chesimore, who is Asada Shakur. I explained the pursuit of the eagerness to go after her, and he failed in the first administration and this one. He was not able to bring her back. All right. I'm saying this by behavior. Pan-Africans, when the Alien Sedition Act is implemented in 2026 to round up those who are anti-American, all right, specifically with their ideologies, I'm telling you, BEI 2.0 on steroids.
And you think that the FBA won't be a part of the that act? You think that is like that they're gonna like just look over that and not see that as a group that needs to be looked after?
We're not Pan-African.
No, any group that Black people put together.
You're not hearing this anti-American stuff that I've said. I'm not trying to play psychic with people. It's just a strong foreseeable behavior.
So where the Black the what's it called, the Black Panthers, would they be considered anti-American?
If they're already on that FBI terror list, of course.
So the question I'm really asking is that, okay, they people from the FBA would say that they get some of their rhetoric from the
You're saying that.
No, I've heard people say that.
You're saying that.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it because I've heard other people saying that.
Yeah, I know, but you're saying that, yes.
What are you?
So go ahead.
Do you realize we've been an hour off course in investing in Black business because of this BS? This is what I mean by drifting. We allow people into our conversation that allows us to drift off of our conversation into things that do not matter and turn around and start talking about our demise instead of our rise. We have gone from talking about investing in one another to this ding-a-ling talking about they're gonna send us somewhere. If they were gonna, they would have.
I said pursue.
What's
You
different?
guys keep on
What's
throwing something
different?
different.
Sir, per capita, we're thrown in jail more than anybody else. We're exonerated more than anybody else, too. We can't go in the hospital without being 4 times more likely not to come out and our child. No other woman except the 3 represented up here has those type of numbers in the American medical system. And you mean to tell me you gonna sit up here and further try to tell us what they're going to do with our bodies after 400 years of not having any autonomy, not just over our bodies, but over our children, and being told that we are nothing more than dogs on a census below the stock animals, no less. And you're going to sit here and try to fearmonger a people that have gone through something like that? Oh my God, they're going to send you somewhere. Where? Y'all also said they were going to cut off EBT. They did.
I never said.
They haven't done any of that
send.
shit. But you just going to sit here and keep telling us that to veer us off of being self-inclusive, self-sustaining, and telling most of y'all that you're not like us, and K your ass over there and keep sucking on the ring of the man and stop coming over here bothering us.
First
Go
and
away.
foremost,
Can we finish the business talk? Or can I go back to my channel and actually talk about this?
First and foremost, to the ladies on the panel, if you
Because
felt
the death he wishes on me is the death he will get.
okay, the first and foremost for the ladies on the panel, as I exit and you continue your girl business, I'm going to say this.
Because men shouldn't be in girl spaces anyway. You've been suspect to my husband for the last hour.
I was here before you, but as the segment continues without me, I want to say this. I was delivering I was delivering the reaction to Dr. Sebi's son. And someone had asked, was this basically kosher? Was this all right? And I said, this is what was supposed to happen. We're at war. And in 2026, this current administration will be pursuing Pan-Africanists ferociously. I never said end anywhere.
Based on what? Like, why would, okay, so what would differentiate a Pan-Africanist from an FBA?
You keep saying that, but I'm going to answer it again. A Pan-Africanist has dual allegiance to another country.
What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. The only thing Pan-Africanism is saying that we should all like come together.
Dual allegiance is about to end. Dual citizenship is about to end. Citizenship.
Listen, you don't even understand what the definition of Pan-Africanism is. You're saying it's dual allegiance to another country? What are you talking about? The only thing Pan-African is saying that Black people, African people that come from the African diaspora should all care about what happens to each other across the board. So when I talk about Dr. Sebi's son, him being from even Honduras, wherever he's from, Black in stature and skin, from Africa, we should care that the fact that he's being raped in prison and whoever else he's talking about, we should care about that. That's all Pan-Africanism is that we should just say, oh, well, it ain't me.
That's not all that's what Pan-Africanism.
That exactly is what Pan-Africanism.
No, it's not.
Ladies, I'm going to take care. All right.
What?
Hasta luego.
Looked up the real thing
Take
of
care of
what,
yourself.
Talking about somebody that's having an alliance with Africa. That's what Pan-African is.
no, it's not. Like,
Alliance.
some research.
That's taking our money and giving it to them because they're not giving anything to
No,
us.
that's not what Pan-Africanism
Yes,
is.
it is. It's about having an alliance.
No, it's not. It's about caring about. Listen, it's about like having.
Why would it be Pan-African? We could care about
Right.
anybody. So that means we Pan-African.
Solidarity.
Everything that we caring. Is that what you're saying? Anybody whom we talk about that make us pan whatever. Not why just stop at Africa?
It's not just Africa. It's Caribbean.
Well,
It's
so that means we pan
world.
we pan everything that doesn't benefit us, right? We're paying everything that does not benefit us.
Listen.
And we're tired of it. We tired of it.
All right. So I don't like to have a disingenuous conversation. All right.
Exactly. It's not caring. Strengthen bonds.
What is this? The PAN is a movement that aims to encourage and strengthen the bonds of solidarity between all indigenous peoples of
Have an
Africa,
alliance.
along with all peoples of African descent, based on common goal dating back to the Atlantic slave
But our
trade,
goals are not common. They're
the
it's not being
Trans-Saharan slave
assimilated.
trade, the Indian Ocean slave, the Red Sea slave, all these slaves, Mauritarians. The belief extends beyond continental Africans with a substantial support base among the African diaspora in the Americas and Europe.
I never hear Africans. I hear a lot of Americans speak upon let's be the Black Americans speak upon the Pan-African. They don't. It doesn't even exist in Africa.
That's not the point I'm trying to make.
But if we go
All right.
an alliance, or we're gonna have to strengthen bonds, it's still a one-way ticket. It doesn't go both ways.
Okay, so I just spoke about Dr. Sebi's son. He's not American. So do we just say fuck him? Fuck his ass.
We don't have to have an alliance with somebody.
No, but here's the thing: is that if we are embracing delineation, we would say when we read that whole thing I just read, we say, well, fuck it, who gives? He was in this country illegally, so he deserves what he gets. Fuck his ass. Fuck him. Is that what we're saying? Because that's what delineation is that no, this is our country in America. He was here illegally. He got taken up by ICE.
Why can't
he gets raped in a prison? Fuck him.
Why did he
do his
that nurse was here 30 years. Became a nurse.
No, I'm trying to explain
it's
to you.
the same thing, right?
So fuck.
No, why did the question is why when he got here, if he wanted to stay here, why didn't he become a citizen?
I don't know why. I'm not asking.
That's what we should be pushing these people
Is
to become citizens.
Is he a human being? Does he deserve to be raped in prison and put into a prison in Texas because he was here past his time frame and be raped and be tortured?
He could have prevented that by becoming a citizen.
Shit because he came here and whatever and was trying to sell his product, whatever, herbs, whatever. Does he deserve that? Is that what we're saying? Do we lose our
You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving it. I'm not moving
Nobody deserves that. But just like when we go to other countries, baby, it ain't easy for us. Right? We want to accept stuff here that
when the last time you've been to a country and then been deported and then
accept us. We gotta accept everybody. You know this is what you
so now we're turning into those other countries.
You know what you have to do.
Are we going to turn into those other countries?
Are we going to promote people not getting citizenship and just coming over here? That's part of their safety, right? Them become a citizen. That's part of their safety. Now they're counted. You don't want to be in the system because you want to do what you want. But that's part of your safety.
So you don't have to go to jail.
You don't have to be caught up in one of these camps.
The reason why this conversation got brought up is because I brought up Dr. Sadie's son, who's in a jail in Texas right now. People are his friends are getting raped. They're getting hurt, whatever. And are we saying, well, so what? You know what I'm saying? He should have
We can't say that. It's up to the individual. That's no different.
Yeah, sometimes
that's no different from anybody else. It's not a one person thing.
He has to get his friends.
Tell you how many times you tell them, don't break the law, don't break the law, don't. That goes for everybody. When you get caught, if you get caught. Okay, so what about the people here? We say don't do this or you're going to go to jail. Don't do that or you're going to go to jail. It's not right for nobody. But if you do something to get caught, you may go to jail. That's for anybody who's sitting up in jail. They all was told not to do something besides the people who were set up, right? Everybody sitting in jail was told not to do something that they did. Not just him. Everybody sitting up in there was told not to rob, not to steal, not to kill. Don't do this, don't do that. And they're sitting up in jail. They got caught. Nobody deserves to be baked or anything in jail. Nobody does. Not just him. Nobody does.
But he came over here and he was legal, and so what? Fuck his ass. If he gets raped in jail and whatever, he came over here. What about the rest of the people?
You got a lot of innocent people. But what about the innocent people who's getting beat in jail? And they're innocent. They didn't break no laws. What about them? What about the innocent people? Do they deserve it? Who's speaking for them?
All right. So the whole point is, okay, so guys, the objective. All right. So fuck them.
Since won't nobody say it, delineation and humanitarianism are two different things.
Yeah.
I can be a humanitarian and still delineate. No, nobody should be taken advantage of in jail. But you're illegal. And here is where, as a magic practitioner, I have to stand on something and not be wishy-washy about it, or the magic don't work. You break the law, you go to jail, you get what you get. Is it my concern? Is he a fundamental Black American? I have to check off boxes of concern right now, because if I was in jail, I don't think Dr. Sabi's son would even know my freaking name.
Right. Okay. So that's okay. That's a good point.
And maybe instead of learning all the herbs that he learned, he should have learned to protect his bootay. That's something that you should learn too. I'm just, as a martial artist,
I like to get that, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead. Hit 1, 2, 3 and duck and whatever. You know, yeah. Maybe that's it. Hey, listen, I just wanted to clarify. You know, I'm not like against anything. It's like, okay, it is what it is. All right, if that's what it is what it is.
We gotta stop promoting people. Do what you do what's right. That we gotta promote that, right? People been shackling up here. Look at how them foreigners, they come here, they pay for their daggone nurse's license. They pay $15,000 for they daggone a little less for if you want to be an aide. These people work in the hospitals. So they getting caught and sent back. We supposed to be mad when they was. How many times we go to the doctor's office and we always say, "Damn, I know your job better than you." Come to find out, we do. They don't know their job. They learning on the way. Fake schools, fake credentials that don't even exist. And these are the people when we go to the hospitals or nursing homes or whatever. This is who we go see or leave our family members with.
Correct.
They come here, do whatever they want to do. Now they caught. We have to feel sorry. Who the hell ever felt sorry for us?
Nobody.
Who's doing the right thing? And it's been going on for years. They people sit up there and got these fake schools, and a lot of them and it's been going on for years. The Caribbean people and these African people. They're not, we got people working for us that's not even citizens. I'm so tired of getting in cabs and they don't speak no freaking English. Man, listen.
Press 1 for English.
They don't even have that option. What is it?
I gotta jump in here. That's not exactly the immigrants' fault. That's kind of the fault of the system itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because the system has to import votes. And because the system has to import its votes in order to keep power in place, it must allow for different languages to be spoken, because if those votes, let's say, is coming in from the Ukraine, if they're going to vote within that second year, they still really don't know a lot of English. So, we have to accommodate for those languages that the imported vote gets.
Yeah, I see it all the time.
And that's why English, there is no designated language for America. Well, one reason, put that out there.
Say, for instance, that brother who got caught out in Virginia and is suspected as the January 6th laying pipe bombs around. If he was ever found out to have any Pan-African connections, which the story's not done yet. I'm telling you, these are the type of things that I'm saying. It's going to be ferocious on Pan-Africans. It's not a fearmonger stuff. It's just the way it is. We're moving towards a more authoritarian society. And you see that red, white, and blue flag that was sewn and stitched by a freed woman, a freed little girl, a freedman. She was 12 years old. Her name was Grace Wisher. We've gone so far away with this Wakanda Forever type of stuff. It was cool in the very beginning. It was a Hollywood picture. But they still trying to come with Wakanda Forever 3. If you guys don't see what's going on, what's going to happen next, the Pan-Africans are next. Along with the Asians, obviously, but the Pan-Africans are next.
Listen, the only thing I would say about what you're saying is that I get it, that, I don't even get it. I'm lying. I mean,
thank you, because I was about to call you out. You lying. You don't know what he talking about. Suge don't know what he talking about. Nobody on my side of this thing know what he talking about. He don't know what he talking about. The only thing he's here to do is defer us back into some shit about, oh my
When have I
God,
been wrong,
we're
DJ
in
Genesis?
trouble.
Yeah, that's fear mongering. You told me that I was fear mongering when I was talking about like the immigration situation.
I assure you, I don't want anything to happen to Dr. Sebi's son. I don't want anything to happen to Pan-Africanists here in this country that's going to be I want the information to get out where I could be very wrong. However, this is very doubtful. Pan-Africans are next.
Next for what, bro?
To be pursued ferociously.
Okay, so no, this is programming at this point. I would like to point out to my panel in particular that I want y'all to remember how many times he said it in the tone that it is being said. Thank you. Sounds like Nature Boy Jr. Thank you, Truth. As long as the people on my side are understanding,
boys.
as long as the people on my side are understanding what is happening right now, you can disconnect in real time and not get hypnotized by this bullshit. Because remember, Hitler
I have no island that I'm trying to
Hitler
send y'all
said that
to.
you could do this to people. There's a show called Mad Men that also said you could do this to people, and we are in real time actively watching somebody try to do it. Now, what I'd like y'all to do is I'd like you to do two things. Every time he says Pan-African, I want you to count that. And every time he says something about they're going to be gotten or rounded up or something, I want you to see how many cadences that is given. Just watch in real time. We got one. Because this is about business too. This is about the business of keeping us in fear, because he's licking his fingers on this at this point. Watch.
Bookmark what I've said, please.
Watch, y'all. Y'all ready? Go.
Just bookmark what I said. Today is December 7th, or today is December.
So are you saying like you're a psychic?
Today's December 8th, 2025. So I've been told. A year from now, bookmark what I've said today.
Are you a psychic?
And check out what I've said within a year from now. What's come to fruition. I'm no psychic. This is not in brainstorming, but check out what I've said, how accurate it was. That's it.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, what you're saying is true. You know, we go, our money leave with us.
One more time, sweetie.
Do you know if we go, our money go with us?
Yes, but this is Pan-Africanist.
We ain't Pan-Africans, but
I'm not.
But I'm
you
saying
said you're not.
No, I'm not. My family's been here since forever. My forefathers. But if they do send any of the Pan-Africans, even if they say what you say is true, all our money go with us, right? So would that include the entertainers too?
The Pan-Africanist ones?
Let's say they are. Would that include them too?
Yes, but I want to be specific. What is a Pan-Africanist entertainer?
You said they're going to go after the Pan-Africans, right? So that means their money will go with them, right? Because they're still American. They're still American.
I don't know where they're going to go. I said pursue ferociously.
If you pursue them, number one, you have to know where they're going to go. I mean, You saying they
To
are
jail
now?
here. I'm at to
Now
jail here.
remember, Pan African people still what if they indigenous to this land? They still got to go to
jail. Prison time.
huh?
To jail, prison time.
The jail prison
Maybe
time. They've been was doing that. So we don't have to say that no more. But they've been going after us, which they never stopped. So it's not like you saying they're coming after us like they ever stopped, right? They never stopped.
You remember that statue that was? Do you remember that statue that was erected in New York City of a black woman?
They never stopped coming after us. So I don't know what you mean by that. But if we go, our money go. That's
You see those flags, right? You see those red, black, and green flags?
Now we go to now we got to use their store. Remember, this is still American money. They mad. If they mad now that they taking American money and sending it to Somalia or other places, if we go, our money go. That means there's a lot of money is when we pull out of the USA. And now we got to spend it. You talk about building up, we can build up other countries really quick if we next. I don't think America's that stupid. Because we got money down from our forefathers.
If you're a Pan-Africanist, just be careful. Please do. In the United States, speaking subversively about this country, going to these protests. You see certain flags already.
For that type of talk.
What protest is happening that Pan-Africanists are going to, bro? You're making up stories. It's made up. Like this is an imaginary situation where there are
King's protests.
They were not at the No Kings protest.
Yes, they were. There's this group called Harriet's. I think Harriet's Greatest Dream. All right.
So Harriet's Greatest Dream is Pan-Africanist.
Right. It's Pan-Africanist, intersexual, intersexual. It's funded by the Open Foundation, which is Soros Group. Harriet's Wildest Dreams. And they all have red, black, and green flags. They're talking about Pan-Africanism, LGBTQ. They're the ones at these No King protests. Remember the statue erected in New York City earlier this year with a black female supposedly of? Ma'am Donnie, he is a Pan-Africanist as well. It's all going to add up and make dollars and cents. That's all. The cutting of nursing jobs. There's a lot of behavior that's very predictable. Like you could see it happening.
Not that it was written down for somebody, called Project 2025. I'm just really this is what we're doing.
And
this is what we're doing.
And then there's Project
this is what we're doing
as well. Project 2030.
But like we were talking about when we were talking about Black business, y'all do know that me and Suge have had a little, business behind the scenes running that a lot of people don't know about. She has had her own personal code on the website for 2 years now? So we're not going to talk about how Black women do not cooperate when it comes to business, because we do.
Yeah, I never said anything like that. There's a question right there. Name a famous Pan-African that if jailed would hurt us. It's a great question. That would hurt us.
because there's not one. It's rhetorical because I could swear that this is about investing in Black business, not if the Pan-Africans are going to get gotten, because for some reason y'all believe that our being gotten stopped. It ain't never stopped.
I don't understand. Like, I was like actually showing like how to like get investors in your business, and how this turn into like a Pan African. Why are you so like hell bent? Because you know that I said, I think I made the statement that I was a Pan. I practice like Ifa, right? So for some reason, when people like come to my panel, it's like they want to focus on that, right? And so no matter what I am bringing to the table, they want to still bring up the fact of me being a person that was a part of the I mean, the Pan-Africanist movement, that's what even got me to this point. To this point where I'm not a Christian, I practice African spirituality. I learned about Pan-Africanism from SETI, right? I was his web developer. So for some reason, because of me actually like holding firm to that, every time someone gets up here, no matter what I'm showing, which might be about like, how to start a business, it becomes a conversation about that. And then now you want to make it about like, oh yeah, what you guys like thinking about going over to Africa? Trust me, if I go to Africa, I'll be right back. Trust me. I told you that I'm not saying that we should go over to Africa and just never come back to America. I'm saying that we should have global business. And I don't understand where that is turning into a Pan-Africanist argument, anti-American, and all this other stuff that you're talking about. You are paranoid, sir, because nowhere when I said that being a Pan-Africanist means you're anti-American. I'm saying that just like they are funneling money from America to Africa, we should funnel money and goods and resources back to America the same way. So that should be like less. That should be more of a person like that's a nationalist than a Pan-Africanist. I don't understand why you're so hell bent on the title and like the whole thing. Like you're not going to try to make me seem like I'm anti-American because I'm saying like we need to be doing global business.
That's a great question, DJ Genesis. And,
why is doing global business anti-American? Tell me that.
Why is doing global business?
Why being a person that looks at business from a global perspective and says that you should also include other countries in your business? Why is that anti-American? Why is that? Why is it?
Okay. Thank you for the clarity, DJ Genesis. You spoke about earlier about us pursuing business on a global level and looking at countries that have AI data centers, such as South Africa, specifically Africa itself. I could be wrong. Maybe you mentioned other locations. Well, that does sound strange when the Somalis are doing these things too. They're laundering money. They're taking remittance, all these types of things.
You know who else is doing that is fucking Amazon. Listen, Amazon is opening up a data center in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Several trillion.
You're saying we should do the same thing. We should go over there. We should go over there.
Why is it that other American people, white people, can go over to Africa and take advantage of the resources, open up data centers, this, that, the other, and they can like open up business in Africa. But then when black people talk about it, they're anti-American. I don't understand.
Who are these individual white people? Because you're naming Amazon as
Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. All these people are doing stuff. Why is it that when black people like think about
isn't Jeff Bezos from Cuba?
I think you're an agent.
Isn't Jeff Bezos from Cuba? Correct.
It doesn't matter whether he's from fucking Cuba or Timbuktu. The fact that when I mention these billionaires, these crackers that are doing stuff in Africa, and they are taking the resources from Africa, and then you try to like make it that when black people do the same thing, it's anti-American. That's agent sounding bullshit. I think that you are.
No, I never said anything like that. I never said when black people do that.
White people do it, it's okay. But when we do it, no, it's okay. It's a problem. It's okay when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. And now I'm anti-American.
You're speaking on.
Oh, the government's gonna come after you. Oh, let me make you afraid. Is the government gonna go after Jeff Bezos? Why is it that we get take? What are we talking about here, bro?
Right.
Tell you right now, the whole thing about him opening up a fucking a plant that's in Africa, like right now. Why is it that then that if we think about doing business in Africa, it's considered that you're being anti-American? I never said that we should ban in America. I said we should like do. You know what?
Speak about people like myself.
So when you talk about people like me, you need to understand the context of what I'm speaking of, and not try to fearmonger me out of saying what I'm saying. And anyone
want you to go to Africa and be successful, DJ Genesis.
Honey,
and come back and spread the knowledge. Okay?
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
And I don't want you to be unsuccessful at it. How about that?
I will be successful. I will team up with people that like know what to do. But I will say that
make sure you bring all your Pan-Africans with you. Won't you agree that your whole thing with IFA, you remember earlier today where I was able to knock the lifesaver out your boy? Earlier today, he couldn't answer certain questions. Make sure.
No, you asked him a question, and then when he didn't answer the question in 5 seconds.
I used telekinesis and lifted it out.
You don't. There's no what are we talking about here, bro? Telekinesis.
He wasn't able to answer the question. I knocked the lifesaver right out of his hands.
You sound like a lunatic.
He folded. I subbed him in the first round.
I asked you a question, and 2 seconds later you said, "Oh, you didn't answer the question." Okay.
I'm the most formidable person on this panel.
And then when he asked you to repeat the question, you couldn't even repeat what you asked him.
And I did. All you have to do is do the replay. Bring up the replay.
No, that's not what the.
Bring up the replay, sis.
No, I will not.
Because you know it was brutal. I subbed him in the first round.
Listen, how old are you? How old are we that we're like having this conversation?
But you don't disagree that I didn't sub him in the first round?
You did not.
He ran off the panel. He was like, I didn't know it was going to be like this. This is his exact words. All I asked him is, hey, how would one say elder in Yoruba Ifa? Since elder is a Hebrew term, El meaning God.
And then you gave him
and he started stuttering. I froze his mind. I cracked his brain crystal. I'm
not gonna fucking talk over you, bro. He did not stutter. You waited 2 seconds and he didn't answer the question and you said, checkmate, whatever. Listen, for some reason, you FBA younger guys want to make a fucking, everything has to be a fucking combat. You guys are all into debating. I'm not going to fucking sit here and debate you about that. It's stupid. I'm not fucking debating you on my own panel, bro. My show is about investing in the Black community. Why is it so difficult? That was the title of today. Not fucking whatever you're talking about. Everything you're saying has nothing to do with the subject. It's at some point you were actually on point, but now you want to make it about what you want to make it about. You want to say that it's about for some reason, I don't know if someone contacted you and said, hey, listen, get on her about the Pan-Africanism. And so now you're on that. But that was not what this live was about, sir. This is not I will make a Pan-Africanist live. And we can talk about that shit all day long. That's not what we were talking about today, sir. And we're not going to continue to keep talking in fucking circles. I sat here and I showed you all how to get funding. That was what I was trying to do. I was trying to show you guys. Hold on, give me a second. Mommy's on the phone thing. All right, give me a second. I try to show you guys that the whole thing about funding is very simple. It's not hard. I played the video that when you have an idea, like all this stuff that you think about doing, it's just a matter of showing that you could do it and having an audience that is subscribed enough to actually pay for it, and then you take that same model, show it to an investor, and because they have the money, they will invest in you. Same thing with a record deal. I tried to show you that at some point all this stuff was being ran like Interscope trying to get a hold of Tupac at some point. People they see a group about to start and then they put their money into it. And I showed you that all these companies are operating at a deficit. No one is really making any money. It's all a silly game of bullshit. So it doesn't even matter if you are profitable at any point. The whole thing is that can you show that you can have an idea enough to get $1 million? That's what I was trying to show you. That is your idea worth $1 million, and then can you get people to get on your app and use it for 6 months, and then show data to an investor that will make them say, you know what, that sounds like it's worth my money. That's all that these white people are doing, and I was trying to show y'all that. And this guy wants to talk about fucking Pan-Africanism. If I went to Africa, you know what I would do? I would find developers to develop my apps. That's all I would do, is to find developers to help develop what I'm doing, whatever, same way they have in India, blah, blah, blah. That's all I would do, They're opening up data centers and this, that, the other. If the guy that owns Jeff Bezos, $1 trillion data centers. They're already opening up things in America, fucking up small ass towns, fucking up the water. Baba Yashabaya was talking about the fact that on his deathbed, he was talking about these data centers coming into the Louisiana and destroying the water. He had to pay $8,000 to cleanse the water that he drank in his house. This is how diabolical this whole AI thing is. There's not enough resources, and they're not making any money. That's what's crazy. These AI companies are not they're working at a deficit. They're opening up more fucking plants and not making no money. I'm trying to show you the hypocrisy in this whole game of software, mobile apps, AI, all this stuff. It's bullshit. They are just coming up with stuff, getting investors, just like you would do if you were to buy a house, right? I can like get like a hard money lender that will put their money, they will give me money to buy a house, and I can say I'm fixing it up, right? And then sell the note to another person. Even like when you have a mortgage, the whole game is if you really like pay attention with the whole banks and the whole game of it all. I have a mortgage. My mortgage, if I look at my paperwork over time, you'll see that my mortgage has been sold 4 and 5 times. The original lender that gave me my mortgage is not even existent. And if you know how to play the game, you can stay in your house for years. Because you can say, you know what, I didn't sign with that mortgage. There's the whole game going on, guys, and we don't even know how to play the game. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. You rent your house, but if you buy the house, guess what? It's hard if you listen and you know the mortgage game. They can't take you out your house because you could like say, you know what? I'm gonna file bankruptcy. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a loan model. I'm gonna do that. Listen, all type of fucking shit you just get away. And these white people were doing it for years, and that's why you don't see as many homeless people, white, because they have. Someone told them, go own the house that you, whatever. Pass it down to them. And then when they listen, hey, you own taxes? Oh, okay, get around that, get around this. It's like a fucking, like you bobbing and weaving. And I've been homeless and I figured that shit out. You know what? Like the closer you are to being homeless, let me just break that down. All right. There's like living in a hotel, right? That gives you like the same day out, right? Apartment, maybe 6 months out. Boom. Second chance, maybe like about 3 months out. Can't come back. Own your house, honey, you can bob and fucking weave. You can like keep doing shit. Hey, change the loan modification. Oh, I want to do this. I want to have all this stuff. Like, bro, there's been times when I have been struggling, didn't even pay my mortgage for a year. I'm trying to tell you. Struggling, didn't have a job. Boom. Loan mod. This, that. Change the mortgage. I can do the same thing over and over again. But because we as Black people don't even understand how this game works in America. You rent your house out, and then someone could have kicked your ass out for no reason, for whatever. You're late on your rent. Guess what? The closer you are to not owning anything, the more they can kick you out. Starts off with like apartments, then it goes into hotel, then goes into second chance, then goes into now you're at like the fucking budget suites, right? Then they really could. Oh, you got like a week, right? But guess what? You don't pay that week, you're out. I've been on all those levels of damn near homelessness. That's why I'm telling you. Like, bro, I know. I've been in every situation you could think of. I'm here I'm really, like, everything I'm talking about is, like, really, I'm trying to help my people because I've been there before. I've been homeless. I've been struggling. I've been there. Listen, this is what you got to do. This is how you got to do it. It's not about the fucking FBA or the fucking Pan-African. I would say I'm Pan-African because I care about people. But really, I'm just a person that cares about people in general. I don't believe the title is a bunch of bullshit. I care about human beings. I'm sad that Dr. Sebi's son is in fucking a goddamn jail in Texas somewhere and getting raped and whatever the hell's going on with whoever is going on with it. I don't think that's cool. That's just not fucking cool, bro. And anyone that would be like, oh, well, he should have like fucking me. Well, that's his fault. He stayed here. Well, why would he be here if his country was good? So we're saying he should stay in his fucked up ass country? If he didn't want to be there and he came here for a better life, why are we making him feel bad about leaving his fucked up ass country to come to a better place? Now we want to like demonize him for that. We want to demonize all the immigrants. Oh, well, they should have stayed in there and fixed what was wrong with it. Who is going to fix somebody from a place of deficit? How can you fix a company when your country and you're fucking struggling and can't even eat? You should have fixed your country. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You should have fixed it. How can someone fix it? And they can't even eat their damn self. And they have to like beg to come to America to make a way. What are we saying here? We've lost our humanity. We lost our care and love for like just human nature. And you know what? I understand that because I don't like humans either. But I'm gonna tell you what, when it really comes down to it, we want to have so much harshness for everybody else. We would not want someone to treat us like this. We would not want someone to treat us like the way that we are looking at these immigrants, these whatever. That's bullshit. We don't treat like you do unto others, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm done.
I gotta ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said, now, again, I don't know. You say we ain't do none of that. That you said, right? We just said he should became a citizen. Yeah. But he escaped. He escaped where? His family wasn't making no money?
No, like listen, Dr. Sebi, when he died like trying to bring $10,000 over to Honduras.
They are still selling his products right now.
Their whole family is in shambles, bro. You have Google
Dr. Sebi products. They're still selling them right now.
That son in particular has been black sheep. His other daughters are the ones that are like, no, listen, that son that's in thing right now, he's the black sheep of the family. The daughters and like the other son are the ones that's running Dr. Sebi's thing.
Listen, I'm just gonna say, I may go live tomorrow. I may surprise myself, right? I may surprise myself, but I will say this, right? It's nothing. I think Phony said it the best, right? You could be a humanitarian, but we could delineate too. But we also got to put out the correct information, right? If you come here, just like if you go anywhere, you abide by the rules of the country you're in, right? Even if you're not even a citizen, at least get a work permit. A lot of people here are not citizens, but they put in the application. They get a work permit. A lot of them drive cabs or whatever, but do what you got to do to cover your behind. You immigrants or whatever, right? Which is okay, but do what you have to do so you don't have to go back to where you left. If where you left is so bad that you made it here and you want to stay here, do what you have to do. Let's make sure we put out the right information. So the next people who knows that, hey, if you see all of this going on now, that should make you want to jump quicker to do what you have to do so you don't have to go back to where you came from. That's all I'm gonna say. No, I'm like I said, there's a lot of people sitting behind bars. He's just like anybody else who's sitting behind bars who, did not do what they're supposed to do. These things people know. Some people, even if you come here, they just took off the I forgot, the TPC or whatever you call it, temporary whatever. They didn't even get that.
Okay, So all right. So you have a okay. Say if you go to Angola, right? Angola is a max prison, right? That means you probably done something terrible to get there. And the people there are raped and abused and sodomized and all of the they deserve that. Okay, you want
No,
to say
you're
that?
still putting out the wrong
Deserve
message.
you
The
deserve
message,
attack.
you're putting out the wrong message.
No,
Right?
I'm not. I'm
No,
trying to
you're
understand.
putting out the wrong message
Well, they broke the law.
because
They-
then you want to let them think that it's all okay to keep breaking the law. That is the wrong message.
No, I'm saying is that they have prisons in America where people get like sexually sodomized. So are we to say that because you broke the law in America, you deserve to be
That's
sodomized?
part of what happens when you go to jail. That is part of the jail system. None of us like you make it say people never have family members who went to jail and nothing never happened to them. That is part of the package. We got our own family members who's been in jail. Things happen in jail. It is a whole jail
Did you hear the
culture.
question I asked?
I
Did you
hear
hear
the
the
question,
question?
but my heart will go to anybody, not just him. But what I'm saying
No,
is bringing that
no, you're
restriction
saying
upon
that.
him.
Okay. All right, so just all right. Like I'm just saying, Angola, right? Louisiana, one of the worst prisons in America, and have the most horrible situation and dire straits situation that they deserve to be sodomized because they broke the law, and that's what happens in jail. Is that what we're saying?
Listen, that's part of the system. It doesn't matter at that point how I feel. That is part of the jail system. You know, my heart hurts even more for the innocent people who got caught up and sitting in jail and they didn't do nothing. My heart goes out more to them. They don't deserve it neither.
Okay.
I feel sorry for the people who
What about all right?
I feel sorry for the poor people who cannot afford a lawyer, who cannot afford a lawyer because they're poor and they're innocent and they do not have a
What
correct.
about a person running from whatever in this country, getting caught by ICE, goes into a jail facility in Texas, African person, gets sodomized in that situation? Do they deserve that? Because
If their jails are worse than ours, right? If
May I
their
s-
jails are worse than ours, they don't even have three hots in a cot, right? They don't even have that. Our jail system is beautiful compared to theirs, but jail is still so theirs is worse. Why would you come here and set yourself up to go to jail? They already
May I
know the
add?
systems.
May I add on, please?
Go ahead.
May I? All right. That my initial reaction to that video was what I said. I just questioned how come he's here, and I just said, "Hey, I like him to be cut loose." And I was told, "Well, it may not be Honduras; it could be Africa." I said, "Well, you know what? I like him still to be cut loose." Anyways, the origin story of my origin story of how I got activated with FBA lineage is with the story of Khalif Browder out of New York City, when two illegal immigrants from Mexico lied on him, saying that he stole their iPads, and he was sent to Rikers Island for over 2 years, where he was taken advantage of, violated. Meanwhile, these people fled back to Mexico and they lied. And when he was released and Jay-Z came out with the documentary on him, shortly later he committed and unalived himself. It's the same thing with the George Floyd thing. That illegal immigrant Palestinian lied on George Floyd. How much more could I take as an American with these illegals just lying and locking us up, jamming us up. That's what activated me. That's the origin story.
I ain't going. I got like 3 minutes left for me, right? 'Cause I got to get up in the morning. But I might surprise myself and go live tomorrow. I ain't been live in a year. Haven't not been live. I think I've been live like maybe once within a year. I haven't been live in a year, so I might surprise myself. And DJ better come on over this so we can finish this argument, right?
I'll be there. I'll be there. You know, I love you, sis. You know.
Yeah, but listen, I like the fact that we all can disagree, and it's still like adult conversation, right? Because we all different people. We all have different ideas and different, ways that we feel things.
I don't know what happened to Cody. I think that she got tired of it, but I want to thank her for her time because I just personally.
I gotta go too, sis. I gotta go because I gotta get up and and that's when I still don't have.
Let's get some final thoughts. Some final words.
My final thoughts is
give final words. Some of your final words for me.
My final words are: I think we should start at grassroots, right, to learn the business before we take the investment and don't actually know how to sell or what to do. I believe we should start off small, learn the tricks and the trades, not just reading from, actually hands-on doing it, right? And learn everything about the business, learn everything that you can learn. You learn your customers, learn if your product is good, how does it sell, and then take it to an investor. And then so when they speak, you and that investor will be speaking the same language. And you should know everything that he knows, right? And then you should know your business better than anybody else. That's just what I think. We should start off grassroots. We got to learn how to get money, learn how to just all the different ways we can get the money, fundraise, whatever that you have to learn. But I think you should do that for a couple of years before you even go to an investor, right? So you can craft your game. You can hone in your craft, right? Then after you hone in on your craft, then take it to an investor. But we got to learn grassroots, learn the businesses, right? See if our own community likes what we have, right? That's the best way to find out anything. Right, you got this ice cream here, give out a bunch of free ice creams or something to see if I like this. Okay, you like this, my store's blah, 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 right? But learn all these little things before you go that far and get big money and you haven't tested the waters to see how you're going to do. Okay, but the Black community, listen, you got to remember, a lot of us is gentrified. So a lot of us just don't have the Black community, so it might be dead and that way. But when I mean community, that means anybody that's living in your community, right? Regardless of whatever they are. And that's the best way to see if you can sell your stuff to other people. If it's not just Black people, you want everybody's money, right? You want everybody money. I don't mind taking all your. I take your money, and your money. So I'm going to end it with there. But if you're going to do something, please take time to learn the craft. And I'm not talking about reading and studying it and learn. No, physically doing it. Like a doctor may get 100 on every test. That does not mean when it's time for him to do an operation or something, you got to practice these things. Learn these things. And then take it to an investor. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me be here. I really appreciated your time and the topic for today. Go ahead, brother.
All right, and that's how it's supposed to go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, DJ Genesis, for allowing me to come on the panel. Thank you, Sister Sugar Love.
Well, come on my panel.
Yeah, for coming on the panel.
Yeah, you gonna come on my panel?
Nah.
I ain't going
If
out tonight.
I come on the panel, I don't want to get you in trouble.
Then you're gonna be nice on my panel.
I don't want to get you in trouble if I come on the panel.
What am I gonna get in trouble for? You mean you don't want to get in trouble? Because I come out there.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, because I'll come and find you and slap you up.
Because I don't want someone lay hands on you that loves you like that. You know?
Yeah, and I don't want to have to come lay
They hear
hands
the
on
voice,
you.
they're gonna get jealous. They're gonna get jealous. Say,
I don't want to come find you and lay hands
they
on
gonna
you.
ask who that brother. Who that brother?
I don't
want
to
them to lay
find you
hands on you.
and slap you up and stuff.
All right. So, all right. Are you Fundi? So, Fundi's going to give her final words, and we're going to wrap this up. Everybody gave their final words?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Fundi. Final words.
Family, we know how to make this work. If at any point in time it's time for us to turn inward and really define who we are amongst ourselves without any outside influence, it's time for us to do what we do when we do what we do best. We'll find who we need to find, and large numbers won't get us there. Small ones will. Stay connected. Be in communication with one another. And again, thank you to everybody that has built this type of web of communication. DJ such and such, is it time to roll on up out of here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right. Peace.
Trying to get it right. Transition. Changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission. Trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, ooh. Turn a mission. I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission.